hour. What the hell? It says this stream's an hour long too. I guess it was just a glitch in YouTube. I wonder why it's an hour though. It's like a really random time. Not a perfect hour either. It's like slightly off an hour. Is it because of the scheduled start time? Wasn't the scheduled start time of this like immediate? So it wouldn't be an hour then, right? Model leak inevitable? Yeah. Dang it. I lost all my viewers and likes just for that! Damn it! I'm eating the last of my pizza. Ow! I just okayed my jaw. Do we hate Neo extra hard today? Bro, what are they doing? Their streaming services are dying! Oh god. Good afternoon! Higurashi mine! Sorry, the pizza's stale, so it's very hard to chew. Hello! It's really weird that it's only 2. It feels like it's so late now. Is it because time is changing because of the new time? Neil hate? Well, if you swap the first 2 letters, then it becomes Hail Nate. Yeah. Because you've been working hard! No, it's because it's like literally dark. It's like actually dark. I'm sorry I am late! I was getting silly with the buddies. We were being silly. And then I just kind of like go like, oh, I'm 43 minutes late. Better Nate than Lever? Yeah. I go like, oh, I'm 43 minutes late, and they're like, wait, are you actually? I'm like, yeah. And they go like, Mozo! And then I go like, yeah, I plan to play Starfield soon. And they're like, it came out today. I was like, what? It came out today! Oh god, I had 1 job! So I'm gonna be late to the bandwagon. Ow! Airi claimed responsibility. She was gnawing on my leg. Speak of the goose. Oh, you know not what you rot. Not what you do. A day late, it's over. The trend already faded. I won't be a day late. I'll be like a weekend late. I won't be playing it till like Monday, at least, because I don't stream on the weekends. Unfortunate! I could have been day 1! It's kind of mutant early access release schedule. It will be finally aged. Will it? Will it? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Was it a silly goose? I'm not a goose. I'm not a goose. I am the only buddy without wings, actually. I'm the only one with no wings, so I'm like the least goose possible. It'll be retro by that time, so it fits your theme, yeah? Starfield will be retro in 3 days' time. In 3 days. Muzu the flightless goose? What the heck? Let me get some sellotape and feathers. No! No! There'll be no structure. There'll be no structure! The only thing Muzu has in common with the goose is they both got impressive honkers. Where's this freaking... Let's get this over with. Yeah. Guys, I'm canceling the Higurashi series. We will now be playing Starfield today. Tough crowd! User's been banned for this post. No! No! I'm canceling the Higurashi series. Starfield, let's go! How long does it take to download Starfield? Because I don't have it downloaded. I'm not actually swapping, don't worry, guys. Fort Mars! Nani? This is 10% soap, 20% slug, 15% concentrated power of corn, 5% piss, 50% orange, and 100% reason to remember the most. What does this mean? What are you creating at Fort Mars? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. The Higurashi are in my brain, they are. Uh-oh. My Higurashi is thin. Ah! Get in there! Oh, we gotta get sexy out of here. Sexy. Hold up. Sexy, you come over here.
Pay money! Forfeit your mortal possessions to the sexy, alright? Okay, glad we are in agreement.
You put it behind. Ah, my ear's getting cut off! That's better. Starfield is that... Oh my god! Is that real? 116 gigabytes? Jesus. Oh my god! So that's gonna take me like 2 days to download. It's gonna be a while. I'm gonna have to delete like everything on my computer to get that. Uncompressed assets, I guess, yeah. Welcome to 2023. It's not even that big by today's standards, but I don't play modern games. I'm surprised it's so small. Oh my gosh. I'm ancient. How big is Higurashi? Hold up, let me check Higurashi's file size. Properties. Details. 1.5 kilobyte? No way. It's so tiny. How is it that small? That's a shortcut. True. It is the shortcut. Okay. Open file location. Yeah, that's wrong. Alright. Go to the games. Higurashi. Properties. Okay, that's better. 15 megabytes. 15 megabytes. For episode 2. The first one's 500 megabytes? What? How is that possible? Chapter 2 is 400 megabytes. Mine only says 15. Meaty. So it's all the uncompressed hand flesh. Yeah, that's what the Steam store page says. Oh, okay. I was thinking 1 gig totally. Not even a gig. Probably not all in the... Yeah. There's an AI that produces each hand as it appears, yeah. And not a single kilobyte wasted, yeah. It is actually less than... The entire game is less than a gigabyte. I'm hungry. I know I just ate my apple pizza, but I crave flesh. I crave flesh. I don't know, man. Man, that makes me wonder, is there a stable diffusion model that makes soulful Higurashi art? That would rule. You would have to... Then the broken hands would work in its favor. Hi, Hungry, we're mites. Not corn pizza, I want corn pizza! I want mayo corn ham pizza! Oh my god, you're right, you're a genius, Mozu! So true. Now they'll render hyper-realistic hands and donut people. No! AI draw Higurashi hands normal. It'll struggle. Yeah, it makes perfect hands. It's the only thing it gets right is perfect hands every time. I want a drink. I'll be right back. I wish I had cream corn drink. Damn it. I like corn. I got a water and a coconut milk. How's the audio, by the way? Audio good? Audio good? Oh. Interesting choice. I like coconut. Now I'm getting hungry. Game's a bit loud. Yeah, you could do. Yeah. There you go. Game is quieter. So when you getting your slushy? Slushy? I'm not getting the slushy. I love coconut milk. Almost kind of tastes like popcorn to me. No. Cornatole doesn't sound that bad. Now what is that? A toll or a tolle? Be quiet, music! We have dark game to play. This one. Here we go. So, recap really quick. Recap for you Higurashiers. So it's been a little bit since our last game. So last time on Higurashi, I forgot where we were. Is this where we were last? I think. Is this where we were last? I don't think we ever... Did we actually end up playing any Higurashi? Storage place. Yeah, we just left the shed. Yeah. I think so. Yeah. Didn't we? Not last time. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay, good. The week before, yes. So this should be our save point from last week. Not last week, but last time we played. Higurashi was cruelly taken from us. It was ripped from your grasp, devoured away. Spirited away. Yeah. So last time we went into the forbidden storehouse that Takano-san and Toмотaki and Takano had broken into, because Takano is a freak, a guru fetishist, and she wanted to look at all the cannibalism utensils. So we have become aware that Higurashi most likely has ritualistic cannibalism as part of its culture, history, and it's being hidden from the public. Alright, here we go. And we're with Mion. No, Shion. We're with Shion right now, which is Mion's evil sister. Yeah, and she pushed her boobies into our arm, so that was cool. Anyways, here we go.
We descended the stone stairs, and all the people crowding the stream came into view. Near the bottom of the stairs, We could clearly see people receiving cotton that had been cut out for them, then wishing upon the cotton and setting it afloat down the stream. The festival was already over. Damn, I missed my chance to photograph the best part of the Watanagashi.
Oh, but it's not too late. I'm going to go and set some afloat. Perhaps you could take pictures of me?
Takano-san, with an impish expression, brought her hand to Tomotage-san's shoulder. Despite his age, he looked embarrassed.
What do you mean despite his age? He's young, right? He's like in his 20s.
I felt an honest respect for Tomotage-san, man to man, for dating such a handful of a woman.
Well, at least even he realizes it. Oh? Is this Tomotage or is it Takano? Goodbye then, Maebara-kun, Shion-chan.
We're going down to the stream. Would you like to come with us?
No. I couldn't get in your way. Please take your time.
Shion waved her hand to them, with an expression just as impish as Takano-san's.
He's in his 30s. 20s, might as well ship the... I don't think he's in his 30s. His sprite does look... No, he doesn't. He's got... Guys! Though in anime, like, I wouldn't be surprised if, oh my god, why am I blanking on his name? Detective Man. I know that he is, like, right away from retirement, but so often in this stuff, it's like elderly person, he's like 32. Oishi, yeah. Oishi, he could be 32 for all we know. Tomotage-san is going to get squeezed dry. Wait, whoa! What did I just read? Hey! Ay! 32 is ancient. It's so over, yeah. Oh my god. Prominent chin drawn in a Higurashi way. I like his sprite. He looks comforting. Okay.
Tomotage-san, on his part, seemed to want us to come, but whatever. Shion gave a big stretch and sat down on the stone steps.
I'm pretty worn out.
Same here. I'm exhausted too.
You just said that! Kei-chan, is this your first Watanagashi, right? You go on. Don't mind me. I'm tired, so I'd like to stay away from the crowd.
Yeah, if we were to go now, we'd barely slip into the end of the cotton drifting ceremony.
My sister and your other friends might be looking for you too. Go on.
Oh yeah, right. They've been by themselves forever, ever since we got separated. I'd feel bad if they were looking for me. Then Shion suddenly got a playful look on her face, then put her index finger to her lips as if telling me to keep this a secret.
My sister is the type that gets really jealous. If she knew I was hawking you this whole time, she'd never let me hear the end of it. So keep tonight a secret, okay?
Keep tonight a secret? Don't say things that are so embarrassing!
Not only because of that, either. Considering what we were doing tonight, we really need to keep it a secret. Oyashiro-sama's curse might happen tonight, and we four would be the prime candidates.
The loosening threads of tension became taut again. Shion, however, burst out laughing.
Alright, I'm gonna get out of here before I run into my sister. I really am tired, so I don't have the endurance to put up with her anyway.
I can't tell if you get along with her or not.
We get along.
Though she said that, her vague expression explained that there were a lot of oddities in a relationship between twins. I'm an only child, so I don't really get it. Make sure you get along with her. Okay?
Right. Thank you kindly for your meddling. Okay, I'm gonna go. You should hurry up if you want to make it, Kei-chan. Watanagashi really is about to end.
Shion stood up and brushed the dust off her backside.
Ooh.
After watching her do so, I returned my eyes to the final ceremony of the Watanagashi festival below me.
She stands up to brush herself off, and his eyes go shoot right on her butt.
Seriously, though. What was that sound, anyway? It was kind of unpleasant and creepy.
What sound?
The sound. You know, the banging noise. It was really loud, wasn't it?
I was giving her a blank expression, so Shion stared hard at me. I stared hard at her, too. Sorry, Shion. Could you give me the short version? What was making noise?
Wait. Kei-chan. It didn't bother you?
When all's said and done, it was like we were speaking two different languages. Shion. Explain it to me. Without jokes from the beginning, will you? What's this about a noise?
Kei-chan, you quit joking around too. Really? Honestly? It didn't bother you?
Neither of us was giving any grounds, and both of us were staring at each other in disbelief. We were answering questions with more questions, with no sign of an actual conversation in sight. Baffled, I held in the urge to shout at her and asked politely one more time. I'm gonna ask one more time, okay? I'll ask the questions. Shion nodded silently. Okay, here goes. You said there was a sound. What are you talking about?
The banging sound? It was like a kid was jumping up and down on the floorboard somewhere far away. It really didn't bother you?
There was nothing to be bothered by. When did you hear this? I never heard anything.
Wait, Kei-chan, are you serious?
Shion, as if she didn't understand my plain and simple answer, pressed me further, her expression serious. I have no clue what she's talking about, but if it was Shion acting so like this, whatever it was, it gave me the creeps and sent a chill down my spine. It was while we were looking around the oh wait, this is her. Sorry.
It was while we were looking around the inside of the ritual storehouse with the Kano-san. About the time she started her stories, I think it was. Little by little, louder and louder, off and on.
She heard a banging sound like a child jumping on distant floorboards? That can't be true. Don't start trying to scare me after all of that. I didn't hear anything at all. In fact, it was so utterly silent in there that my own heartbeat was almost deafening.
Please don't try and scare me either, Kei-chan. It was something was making noise in time with Takano-san's scary stories, and I was totally creeped out the whole time.
A chill rose from my spine to the back of my head. My blood turned cold as it crawled up my body. When it reached my head, my mind froze over.
You and Takano-san weren't paying any attention at all, so I pretended not to hear it either, but you heard it, right? It happened a bunch of times, and it was really loud.
Shion's eyes were begging me to tell her that I had heard it. I had no doubt, however, that my own mind suggested something entirely different. A "you've gotta be kidding" look. In that storehouse, we were surrounded by brutal ritual tools that looked like they were from another planet, listening to terrifying old stories. The whole time, Shion had been hearing a sound we couldn't hear, by herself. Shouldn't that make Shion, who heard it, tremble? Or should it make me, who didn't hear it, tremble? I didn't know the answer to it at that time. For now, Shion seemed to have made the decision before I did. What are you laughing about?
I really got you, Kei-chan! I was fibbing the whole time.
What? Shion laughed, saying how easily scared I was, and clapped me on the back. Her smile seemed somehow artificial, and that actually made me feel worse. Then, after leaving me with 2 or 3 generic, diplomatic goodbye phrases, she left, almost like she was running away.
Epically pranked, yeah, I got owned. And it didn't even go sexual!
Bro!
Come on.
All I could do was look after her, my mouth agape. At the end of the day, I didn't have a clue what was going on. Shion laughed it off and said she had been lying, but she couldn't possibly have been lying. Of course not. And now that I think back, Tomatake-san said he the same thing, didn't he? I could clearly hear some noises, like someone jumping up and down. I was getting pretty nervous. Tomatake-san, the most neutral party present at the time, had said he had heard something. Then, that noise. It was real? The banging sounds. Sounds as though a child was jumping up and down on some kind of floorboards far away. Oyashiro-sama's curse, which happens every year, might happen again tonight. The most plausible victim candidates were Takano-san, Tomitaka-san, Shion, and me. The bustling of the people sounded further away than I would have liked, and the sounds of the insects sounded too close for comfort. I'm near so much human warmth, and yet I can't ever go back there again. That was the ominous idea that sprouted in my mind. Then, all of a sudden, I was pounced on from behind, causing my heart to lurch.
Chi-Chi, we found you. Is this loud or is this good sound? Is it too loud? The music finally cut in. Is the music too loud or too quiet? Sounds good? Okay, God. Alright. Too loud for him. Okay. Alrighty.
It was Rika-chan. When I turned around, Mion and Reina were there too. Mion sighed and said, "We finally found you. Now we just need to find Sadako."
Everyone got split up this year. We should make sure that we have somewhere to meet up afterwards next year.
You're right. It's a festival, so we should all be together.
I listened to Mion's happy declaration with a little bit of guilt.
Chi-Chi, did you root for me while I was dancing?
Yeah! I saw it all!
Oh no!
You did a great job, all the way through. No mistakes either.
Yeah. Did she mess up? She messed up. Why would you add that on Keiichi? Why would you say that? I'm assuming she messed up. That's right, Rika-chan. That didn't count as a mistake. Ah!
I tensed up as I realized I'd made a mistake of my own. Mion slapped a hand onto my shoulder a little roughly. A gross sweat broke out over my whole body.
Did you do it too, Kei-chan? Did you get some cotton and send it down the stream? You haven't yet, right?
Wait, you haven't yet, right? Is what I could feel her saying. Without the courage to tell any more lies, I lifelessly shook my head.
Huh? You haven't, Kirispica? You should go now or it'll be over. It'll be over.
Sorry. This is my first Watanagashi, so I don't really understand the rules and stuff.
That's right. I'm sorry.
Mion took my hand and we started walking down the stone steps.
It's so over, yeah.
Hey, Kei-chan.
What?
Ooh.
Did you see Shion?
My heart skipped another beat. Maybe Mion could sense my surprise through my hand. No! Well, I sort of think I saw her. You two look so alike, though, so it might have just been you.
You wouldn't have gotten it wrong. We're wearing different clothes.
Huh? Oh! That's right! Mion's momentary silence was like a death grip upon me.
I just can't do anything about that, Shion. Well, it's her we're talking about, so we can just leave her be.
Ooh. Mion's expression returned to her former usual smile, and we continued down the stone steps, her firmly pulling my hand along.
I wasn't breaking into any forbidden shrines or anything, yeah. Well, Mion, you still like me, right? You're just jealous, right? You're not gonna kill me? Please? Onegaishimasu. I know it's early, but I don't strike... Mion doesn't strike me as like a... yandere. I mean, she's not yandere. She seems like she'd be pissed, though. If people were meddling with her, she'd be pissed. I don't think she's like yandere, though, like anyone in her way. Oh, we finished this chapter. We didn't really have that much left last time we played. Save. Continue. He's choosing the worst dialogue choices? Yeah.
I let out a great big yawn. It was like morning had just arrived. Had arrived just as I got to sleep. As Mom said at breakfast, she gave me a pained smile.
What's the matter, Keiichi? What time did you go to sleep last night?
Well, I wanted to go to sleep at midnight, but I had some trouble with that.
Oh, you were probably all worked up from the festival.
No, that's not it. I crunched down hard on the pickled radish to hide my embarrassment.
I want a pickled radish.
After all that happened yesterday, and our discussion about the sound Shion heard, that banging noise like a child far away, jumping up and down on a wooden floor, the story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping.
So I wonder who died this time. They heard a child jumping up and down. Toмотake and Shion are the only ones that heard it. Takano and Keiichi didn't hear it. So is it a bad I mean, I guess we're alive, so it wasn't us. We're still alive. What if it's does that mean that the other two died? Oishi died. No, don't kill Oishi! Toмотake heard it, yeah. They said that Toмотake heard something and then Shion also heard. I'm gonna bet Shion. You think Shion's dead? That'd be crazy. I mean, unless Mion went full yandere and killed her, I guess.
The story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping. It was a long night, and I kept jumping at the slight sounds of faraway tree branches, which should have been either unhearable or too insignificant to notice. When I woke up to the morning sunlight and birds chirping, it made me feel pretty ashamed about it, but I felt far from refreshed this morning.
Kirispica! Good morning! Kirispica, your eyes are all red. What is that? What?
Oh, hey. Good morning. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm sleep deprived today.
The festival yesterday was a lot of fun. Man, those excitement took a long time to go to sleep. So I took a long time to go to sleep too. Took sleep. Oh my god, why is she talking like she's super hard on her like verbal tics today? Thank you for coming. No tips. I forgot the tips. Oh my god. Can I go back? Unit tips. Oh, there's 3 of them! Oh my goodness. Alright, scrapbook time.
Watanagashi. The rite of the Watanagashi is performed during a village festival every June, even now. But reading back to its origin turns up a seriously sanguine ceremony. Originally, Watanagashi would happen at fixed intervals, and after receiving Oyashiro-sama's trust, they chose a sacrifice. Then, the entire village would kidnap, demon away, the person and ceremonially dissect and devour them in a feast. The rules that determine the intervals are shrouded in mystery. This is because the ceremonies occurred extremely irregularly.
Shion dead? Tomotaki dead?
There's a theory that it was determined based on astrological fortune-telling, but it isn't too convincing.
If you're a Scorpio, you die in Higurashi.
The residents of the ancient Oishi village firmly believed that they were half man, half demon transcendents, and that they were more valuable than humans were, and they forced people within and without to accept that. Perhaps the act of kidnapping and eating people was done to prove that they were higher up on the food chain. This is just a hypothesis, but maybe the rite of the Watanagashi was a political event for the purpose of either being an outlet for, or outright diverting the attention of, the villagers of the isolated Onigafuchi village, in case any of their complaints or dissatisfactions grew serious. If that was the main reason these ceremonies were held, then it's easy to explain how erratic they were.
Next one.
The alleged importance of the implements. I can't find anything that gives a concrete description on what the ritual implements were like. They were, however, real, and there definitely existed a multitude of different kinds. One source states that the implements used in the Watanagashi rite alone numbered 200. The obvious question then is, why they required such a myriad of them? The rite of Watanagashi was to kidnap people through the demoning away, dissect them, and eat them. I believe the tools were for dissection and restraining, but 200 of them is far too many. Generally, tools evolve in such a way as to reach a solution for a certain problem. Once you have reached the ultimate goal, that is, attained a certain level of efficiency, the tool's evolution normally stops there. Regardless, why would they have created so many different kinds? One of the cultural elements responsible for diversification over time is that of entertainment. Tools used for entertainment would evolve over time and branch out. Unlike normal tools, reaching the ultimate goal would be more of a dead end, and in searching for the next goal, they would split into many different subtypes. So then, perhaps it's not a stretch to suggest that these 200 plus implements had some entertainment value. This is just a hypothesis, of course, but maybe the human dissection process was viewed as a type of entertainment. The three families of old would develop one new implement, dissection tool, after another, and each was varied, novel, and attracted spectators to keep them from growing bored. It's not unimaginable. All of them have to be enshrined without that storehouse. There isn't much longer until the night of Watanagashi. Though its original intent has been lost, I will reveal the secrets of the traditional ceremonial night within the ritual storehouse. I can't restrain my excitement. Watanagashi cannot come soon enough.
Mason jar shrine. After the festival. I mean, it's not. This is like a police guy.
Late that night, tensions in the police station were strained. In the silence, many of the staff members' eyes shifted back and forth between the clock and their telephones, counting the seconds in that stifled atmosphere. Kumagaya-kun burst in with the young guy trailing behind him. Oishi-san, I got the autopsy results. The court physician just got here. I'm ready to go, sir. I'll head straight for Gifu. Kuma-chan, things have gotten a bit complicated. They appear to be having a very difficult time determining who the victim is. Could they have been dismembered? Nope. Cooked to a nice light brown. He spoke in sportive tones, but the meaning behind his words were heavy. The staff gave a collective sigh. All the way?
Wait, Kuma-chan is a girl, right?
All the way? Head to toe?
Completely blackened, it seems. Probably smells terrible, too. What a shame it is to be Gifu-san. Cooked, with no possessions. Then discarded outside the prefecture. At worst, it could have taken a week or two for the body to be identified. The fact that they'd sniffed it out tonight was huge.
Komiyama-kun and a few others are performing a thorough night raid on the dentist in Okinomiya. All we can do is hope a tooth matches some medical records. Sorry. Could someone go buy me a
Wait. No. This is him. This is him.
Sorry. Could someone go buy me a chew or so boxes of ultra mild?
Kumagaya's a man. Oh. Okay. Kumagaya. When I hear Kuma-chan, it sounds like his name is Teddy Bear. His name is Teddy Bear. Oishi's a woo voice, yeah. His voice changed.
The young guy answered in affirmation and darted out into the hallway. We did an excellent job finding it this year. It could be that people who disappeared in past years were scattered outside the prefecture like this too. Then why not bury them? Or sink them into the Sea of Japan, or Lake Biwa, or somewhere like that? Why though? Hasn't the pattern so far been one person dies and another disappears? Kuma-chan, the corpse was inside an oil drum, unrestrained and cooked. They probably burned them after strangling them. They knew it would be found. So what you mean is, from the beginning, they didn't want a person to disappear this year? Not so much that as they just aren't related. The person didn't disappear. In fact, whoever did it seems to have wanted to make a show of it. You mean it could be a warning? He folded his arms, then heaved a long and heavy sigh. That might have been the case if it had happened in town. If they'd messed up taking the victim far away and burning them alive, it wouldn't have been noticed. If they meant it as a warning, they should have done it closer to Hinamizawa. They wanted to emphasize the fact that they had killed the victim, but instead of doing it somewhere for dramatic effect, they did it outside the prefecture. Did they want to emphasize it or hide it? Boy, I do wonder what Oyoshido-sama is up to this year. A telephone ring cut through the heavy silence. A staff member nearby snatched up the receiver. Oishi-san! It's Komiyama! They have it! The dental clinic in Okinomiya fixed the wisdom tooth 3 years ago. What about the records? Complete with x-rays. Well, I feel bad for waking up the dentist before dawn. Kumo-chan, get out there as soon as you get the records from Komiya-kun. Will do! Oh, it's the chief! Thank you for coming out at this hour.
Oh wait, no, this is Oishi. Oh my god, I can't tell who's talking.
Oh, it's the chief. Thank you for coming out at this hour. Oishi-san, my apologies for my lateness. What's the situation? Well, it's just getting good, you see. We're all getting fired up. Wow.
Wataku died! Damn! Rikishi. Okay. Who died? You'll find out soon, yeah. I'm assuming Tomitake definitely. Tomitake definitely died. Okay.
In Reina's case, her excitement seemed to be wide awake.
We should do this kind of festival more often. So we can have lots of fun together again. Her verbal tics are going crazy. She's doing them every 5 seconds. She's saying how a lot. Mama. Tomitake jobbed again. Stop jobbing my boy! I love Tomitake. Damn it, he's a good guy. He just gets roped in with crazy women. We all know someone like that.
Yeah. Reina talking about the festival yesterday made me remember everything I'd nearly forgotten from last night.
They had a quarter to fill. No! To be fair, he deserves it for... You know what they tell you? You know what they say? Crazy cooter makes the best shooter. I can't put that one back in. Oh no. Oh dear. Anyways, I can't believe you've done this. My ears are hot now after saying that. It fell out of my mouth. It fell out of my mouth. Anyways.
Inside of the ritual storehouse had been so utterly different from the relaxed, bright everyday life of Hinamizawa. All of those stories that Takano-san told me too. The mysterious incidents that occurred on the day of the Watanagashi festival every year. The strange incidents where one person would die and one would disappear. The old stories of Hinamizawa, flickering like a candle behind them. The numerous and horrifying traditions of the Onigafuchi village. The villagers with demon blood in them. The terrible cannibalistic feasts. The poor sacrifices kidnapped from human villages. Victims of the Onikakushi.
Thank you, Aitrama. I usually wait until the end, but bravo.
Arigato. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I shouldn't be allowed around recording equipment.
To quell the rage of Oyashiro-sama, the ritual involving living sacrifices. There were also many others. There were so many stories that just remembering them put me in a foul mood. Most of them weren't fiction either. They were true.
1 second. Ooh. I'm okay.
They were true. We didn't need to fear them just because they were real, though. Since it all happened so long ago. Such a very long time ago.
Where's Michan? She's late.
Huh? Before I realized it, we had arrived at the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion. Probably because I was so lost in thought.
We agreed that if she wasn't here by now, we can just go on ahead, right? Shouldn't we?
Mion being late wasn't too rare an occurrence, but today she was unusually late.
What if Mion killed Shion and then Mion took over Shion because she thought that we like Shion and she wants to woo us while saying that she is Shion? And also Shion is the more liked sister, therefore Mion wishes she had the love that Shion got. What is stopping Mion from killing Shion and saying that she is Shion? Mion couldn't fake being Shion? She already did though! Didn't she? We would notice the size difference. Wouldn't she? Because she already faked being Shion when she brought us the food over, supposedly. Because she had a strong reaction to it. And said like, well, I'll just eat it myself. What if it's the other way around? It could be either. But Shion would be the one marked for... I think it would have to be Shion to die. Because Shion was marked for the Watanagashi death. The Oyashiro-sama curse.
A few of the ominous tales from the night before came back to my life in my mind again.
If I call it, I'm gonna be so freaking mad.
Who would die this year and who would disappear? It couldn't have been... Mion?
What should we do, Kirispica? If we don't get going, we'll be late.
She'll be here. She didn't call to tell us she'd be staying home today, right? Let's just wait 5 more minutes, okay? Rina looked at her watch and seemed a little worried, but she nodded with a satisfied smile. If we had to wait 5 minutes, we'd have to run as fast as we could to school or we'd be late. As soon as I thought that, we spotted Mion running towards us out of breath.
Michan! You're late!
You... waited? You should have just gone on ahead! Mion was breathing heavily and her face was all red. Her house was right down this road, wasn't it? It wasn't far enough away for her to end up like this, was it?
Michan, are you not feeling well?
Huh? Now that she mentioned it. Lena pushed Mion's bangs away and put her hand to her forehead.
Lena, your hand is pretty cold.
Michan, you're a little bit warm.
It's no big deal. Give it half a day and I'll be as fit as a fiddle.
Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know.
What's this? Kei-chan.
Oh wait, that was me.
Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know.
What's this? Kei-chan, are you worried about me? Oh, that's nice of you.
That answer wasn't unlike Mion at all. That answer wasn't like Mion at all. She must have had it pretty bad.
Oh no, is it Shion?
I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard.
Tonight on Wife Swap.
We can tell the teacher you had to take the day off.
My phone just told me to upload a short. Are we done?
I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working.
Mion forced an energetic expression onto her face and flexed her biceps at us. Okay, then let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course there's the time.
We're in the run, we will make it!
This morning sure is thrilling. Maybe it's just what I need to shake off some of this slowness. Let's run.
Hey, wait! You were sick! Don't go overboard! Mion began to run vigorously anyways.
Richan is older than us, right? She knows her body better than anyone.
I decided to leave it at that and assume she was fine. Great, then we should get going too. We began to run after Mion. The school looked the same as always. The hours passed listlessly, and my lack of sleep took its toll. If there was a sport where people competed by sleeping, I'd be a world champion right now. The trick to overcoming this sort of dangerous situation was to hold your pencil upside down.
Why?
Why, you ask?
Yeah, I do.
So you don't draw strange patterns all over your notes while half asleep.
Well, then how do you take notes?
If you were holding your pencil upside down, that wouldn't happen, would it?
Yeah, but you might shove the pencil tip into your eyeball.
Something that felt like an eraser hit me in the head 6 times. Ow! What was that for, Sadako?
I haven't done a single thing!
Who else would play a prank on me like this? Oh. It was chalk, not an eraser. Behind me, like a female outlaw might hold razors, was the teacher's shadow, holding 3 pieces of chalk in each hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
My Abada-kun, go and wash your face.
Right, gladly! That alone was enough to wake me up, but I flew out into the hallway as if shoved out by the pressure exuded by the teacher's sheer power. If I was going to wash my face anyway, then I would rather use the sinks out front rather than the ones in the dark restroom. Thinking that, I left the hallway and went to the entrance.
Oishi? Oishi time?
The sunlight was strong. So strong you wouldn't think it was June. I turned the faucet and, with a lifeless bubbling noise, lukewarm water came pouring out. If I let it run for a few moments, would it get cold? I looked at it absent-mindedly for a little while.
I knew you'd choose these sinks, Kei-chan. The ones out front just feel better, don't they?
Mion? No cutting glass now. I stuck my hands into the water to find it had gotten so cold that it seemed strange it had ever been warm. I scooped it up and splashed it against my face. Once I was done, I moved out of the way and Mion did the same. Mion, how's your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, right?
Actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in the party my relatives were having. And well, I had a bit.
A bit? She made a gesture like she was tilting a cup into her mouth. Which means you didn't have a cold or anything. Are you hungover? How old are you?
Give me a break. I really don't feel well, you know.
I suppose she'd be feeling lousy either way. Still, you treat colds and hangovers in completely different ways. I was worried over nothing. Man, I guess that's just like you, Mion. Mion scratched her head, a little embarrassed. She didn't seem to be feeling well, but now that I knew it was a hangover, I didn't need to worry too much. It would go away with time, after all.
Oh, but my head really is pounding, so the teacher told me I should go home early.
You cheater! So are you going home now, Mion? Now that I looked again, Mion had a bag with her. She must have been on her way home.
Yep. I feel bad about it, though. I'll get some rest at home like a good girl. Sorry, I can't make it to the club. Would you take over as leader for today, Kei-chan?
I don't know if that will happen. We have that unspoken rule where we don't do the club unless everyone is there, don't we? We never did it when you had gone to your part-time job, did we? Mion laughed wryly, saying we didn't need to worry about her. No matter how much fun we had, though, I think that feeling guilty about friends who can't share in the sign of a really fantastic friendship. In a sense, the club Mion has created is just a wonderful thing.
Mion would never skip club. If she did skip club, though, like, it would be cancelled. She would know that. She would know that it'd be cancelled. That's what he's saying.
As I thought about it, the moisture on my washed face dried up. I suppose we were talking too much. If I didn't get back to classroom soon, I could get in trouble. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or brook, got it? I left it at that and turned around and started heading back to the classroom.
Oh, and one more thing, Kei-chan.
Mion stopped me and I turned my head to listen. What's up?
This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it.
Well, that depends on what it is.
Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tometake-san or Takano-san anywhere?
I suddenly tensed up.
You know Tometake-san and Takano-san, right? You remember Kei-chan? When the four of you were talking during setup the day before?
If I could, I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible.
What if... What if she... She knew that she could die from it when she heard the child jumping. Maybe she thought she was caught and she was marked for the curse. So she thought if she took Mion's place and Mion would die instead of her, that she would be okay. New theory.
If I could, I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible. So hearing the names of the people I was with at the time really got to me. Besides that, though, why was Mion asking me a question like that? I ended up staring at her, unable to answer immediately. Was she asking to see if I had seen them or not? Or was she asking the question knowing that I had? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I thought maybe she's trying to make him trip up. She is trying to make him trip up for some reason. Or... Oh. My mommy texted me. My mommy is texting me. Hold up. Let me respond to my mom. One sec. She just asked if I was busy. I don't know what she wants. Yeah, Mom, I'm working. What's up? That's what I said. He saw them with Shion, so... What do you mean? He saw them with... Oh, yeah, and actually, yes. I can neither confirm nor deny the murder shit. Maybe it's I need to see if Keiichi told anyone else. Yeah. Maybe see if she is... Oh, she's trying to make him trip up because... Okay, if she killed Mion and she takes Mion's place to save her own butt, she needs to make sure that he is not going to... Well, okay, wait, no. That doesn't... My mommy takes me again. What she say? She says, never mind. Okay. Alright, whatever, Mom. Mom, I can't pause my job. It's an online position. Mom, it's an online stream. I can't pause it.
Well, maybe? I might have seen them around, I don't know. My vague response was clearly not to Mion's liking. What answer was she expecting from me? There was no way for me to know.
I see. Then, one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion?
My heart leapt into my throat again. The tiny needles buried beneath Mion's words pricked into me. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you I wasn't sure if I had or not.
Did you? I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again.
No, she's got evil! Evil mode!
I suddenly noticed something in Mion's eyes. Something indescribable.
Yeah. How do I do it again? What's the change the thing? Pete. Oh, that's so weak. That's nowhere near as good as this. Her eyes literally go foggy. Oh my god. Yes, lame. Lame!
Something indescribable. Tomotaki-san and Takano-san. Shion too. She was asking me about them. There was no doubt about it. Last night, the four of us snuck into the ritual storehouse. She knew everything. So what? There's not really a curse anyway! That's right. Even Shion and Takano-san said yesterday during the festival that there was no curse. And that rather than a curse, it was the doing of the villagers. My blood curdled. Mion was, almost without a doubt, aware we snuck into the storehouse. It was nothing strange. I screwed up bad flipping on the light switch last night. If Mion had been searching for me, it was simple to imagine that she had seen that momentary light and come to find out what was going on.
You killed everyone! Keiichi. Though, to be fair, the god can probably always tell. Yeah, still better.
Did you really not see her?
Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not?
It's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tomotaki-san, Takano-san, Shion, and you, Kei-chan. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though.
Unpleasant sweat dripped down my arms, and the sound of it hanging from my fingertips was annoyingly loud.
I don't believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it. So I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay?
I found myself unable to reply. My reaction must have made it obvious that the truth was what the truth was, and yet I couldn't explain it myself.
Kei-chan, you weren't with Tomotaki-san, Takano-san, or Shion, right?
Yeah. I finally wrung out the answer between ragged breaths. Mion's expression softened a little.
That's good. I'll have to tell them. You weren't involved in anything bad, Kei-chan. So, I'll make sure to tell everyone.
Yeah, please do. Tell them I wasn't doing anything bad. To everyone. Make sure. Everyone.
Everyone?
Who is everyone?
Okay, later. I'll be better tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Girl, wait! Mion! What do you mean by everyone? Just then, a freezing cold hand touched the back of my neck. Hey!
Hey, you're late, Mayabara-kun. How long does it take you to wash your face?
It was the teacher. I was taking so long she came out to get me. I'm sorry. I was just speaking to Mion. I turned around, but Mion had crossed through the schoolyard without me realizing it, and was now standing at the gate.
Come back to your studies. Quickly now.
The teacher was being insistent. We returned to the entrance.
I want rice so bad. Oh god, I want a big thing of sushi rice. Rice with sesame seed oil. White fluffy rice with sesame seed oil.
I looked back one more time, and Mion was nowhere in sight.
Yeah, buddy. Teacher, haven't seemed well all day. It's clearly because he had far too much fun yesterday.
I don't want to be told that by the one who got lost. Your face was all red and you were nearly crying.
Sorry, I don't know how to make her laugh. How do you do it? Yeah, I can't do Reina laugh, no. Just pretend I did it. Sarako-chan was so cute last time. How do you do? I don't know.
My friends did their best to try and cheer me up, but it didn't lighten my mood. Was it far worse than I thought? Had I really done something that terrible last night?
I want rice.
These thoughts remained with me for the rest of the day.
Ah, Mati. Just a little vomit in my mouth, not a big deal. Bye, Kichi-kan. I'll see you tomorrow.
By the time I realized it, I was in front of my own house.
It's had a cold, right? Did you have a cold tea, Kichi-kan? Could you?
I'm fine. I may look scrawny, but I've never missed a day of school because of a cold.
But you and Michan didn't look so good today, though.
Thanks for worrying about me. I'm fine. Idiots don't catch colds, remember? Reina smiled, then waved to me and left.
Hey, that day! Okay, I'm okay.
Oh, with my shoulders bobbing up and down from breathing heavily, I entered the house. As soon as I got back in, Mom called out to me. What?
Keiichi? I'm sorry, but could you go to the library and return a few books for me?
I don't feel like it!
Your dad and I have to wait inside the house for a phone call right now, so we can't leave. I need you to return them today. Could you please do it?
Sheesh. Did it have to do with Dad's job?
They better not catch you lacking, Keiichi. You're gonna get jumped. You're gonna get jumped. You're gonna get jumped by those green girls.
No point in arguing if they bring that up. I guess so, but I don't know where the library is.
Oh, you don't? It's a little bit past Okinomiya Station.
Just then the phone rang. My parents' faces immediately turned grim. Mom snatched out the receiver.
Hello, Mayabara speaking. I'm sorry. Yes, he's right here.
Then she thrust the receiver at my face.
It's for you, Keiichi. Don't take too long, okay?
I tried to ask who it was from, but asking the person on the phone directly would be faster. Hello?
It's Shion. Okay, it's Shion.
This is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk right now?
It was Shion. The older sister had a hangover today, but the younger made no reference to it. Shion? I thought you'd be sleeping in today with a hangover, same as Mion.
What? Mion had a hangover? That's so like her.
She laughed warmly, but Mom glared at me, silently telling me to finish up. Whoops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need?
There's something I wanted to talk about. But if we can't talk long, I guess that's that.
She sounded a little disappointed. What would Shion want to talk to me about? Now I was interested. Then how about we meet up in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that would be great.
You mean the public library near the station? Yeah, that's fine. I go past there on my way to work anyway.
Okay, then, you know where I usually meet up with Mion? At that intersection with the small path from the Sonozaki house splits.
Oh, Kei-chan. Did I not tell you? I don't live in the main house. I live in Okinomiya. If we could meet by the ticket machines at Okinomiya Station, that would be great.
Oh, that's why she was out of breath, because she had to run all the way from Okinomiya.
Main house? Living in Okinomiya? Now that she mentioned it, it's always seemed like the Sonozaki sisters weren't communicating. Did they live in different houses? Also, now that she mentioned it, Reina said she'd never met the younger sister despite going over to play sometimes.
The term going over to play when they're like middle school age is very like cute. I don't know, it's cute that she's like, I don't know where to play, it's a play date. They're very like still childish. I choked a little bit. Okay.
Let's meet at the station then. I'll go there right away. Bye! I set the receiver down and Mom immediately thrust a pile of library books in my face. 6 volumes of long-form mystery novels. Mom had her own hobbies.
Thank you, Keiichi. Be back by nightfall.
Got it. Okay, I'm going! I supposed I'd change my clothes and grab my bike key. I climbed the stairs to my bedroom.
She's gonna get the Mega Blocks out. They're gonna play at the activity table with Thomas the Tank Engine toys when they get to the library. It does a good at writing them to feel quite young, yeah. Having worked in a library, that's an accurate depiction of a middle-aged woman's reading habits. My mom's is like all dirty romance novels, like smut.
She had been waiting for me already, so meeting up was a smooth process. Wow, Mion never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly.
Making the sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble.
Get her no Tome for Christmas. She's not into anime. She doesn't like it.
Shion seemed a little unsteady, too. She was drinking with Mion last night, wasn't she? You were drinking last night, too, weren't you? Don't try and hide it. You definitely went home from school early.
Oh, too bad. I've been at home all day in the first place. I'm smarter than Mion, after all.
You're so mean.
Hey. I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter.
Yeah, my nose. Uh-oh, it starts, guys. It starts. My nose starts.
You should finish your errand first. We don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right?
Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Is the library far?
No, it's really close by.
Is she panting because she had to run all the way from the other house, too?
As she said that, we spotted the signboard for the library almost immediately. It was this easy to find, then I guess I didn't need Shion to show me where it was after all. We rode around the bend and the building was right there.
Wait, are you in a car? What? You're on your bike. Is she riding her bike, too? Or does she walk? Shishibone Public Library.
We lived in the country, so I hadn't expected too much, but it was pretty big.
Community. Wait, says something there. Mate. Huh. Like mother, like daughter. I don't read smut. I look at it.
But it still looked large enough to fit a decent collection of books.
No, you write it. I haven't written that in forever. Real person. She's like, did Ryukishi take this picture? Ryukishi took this picture, and this woman was like, huh?
This is going in my Higurashi compilation.
And you draw it. I do draw it. That's true. Aren't all the pictures like that, yo?
We passed through the automatic doors and were greeted by the cool breeze of an air curtain.
Oh, that's what it's called, an air curtain? I just thought it was the AC blowing on you when that happens. Air curtain sounds cool.
The cicadas had been loud outside, but it was quiet inside the library. The air conditioning inside was keeping the temperature at an ideal level for the books, which had that mildewy smell unique to old paper. I guess every library is basically the same. If there was one difference, it was that people studying for tests weren't taking up all the seats. I was one of those people, but now that seemed like a distant memory. Hello! I have books I'd like to return. The librarian went through the process of checking them in and then returned my mom's library card. Shion was going around the bookshelves with a deeply interested look on her face, like she wasn't the type who went to libraries very often.
I thought you were the smarter one.
Sorry for the wait. I'm all done.
Very busy library. Very retro library.
Libraries sure are nice and cool, aren't they? I want to work in a library one day.
Don't know whether to call that boring or dependable. It's a pretty small dream compared to your sister. Mion would definitely want to be a hardworking employee for an international trading company, or some other crazy job that involved her running all around the world. Compared to that, what Shion said is pretty heartwarming.
Well, we need to keep our differences dear to us.
Mion wants to have a strong, big, important life, but she's not given those opportunities by her family. Shion is the favorite that is being given all the opportunities. But she doesn't want that. She's just been thrust into it. This is my reading of this characterization.
We're not copies. We're two different people called Shion and Mion.
You're self-inserting again? No!
Twins have a lot to think about, huh? Still, it sounds like fun. I don't have any brothers, so there's just me and my parents in my house. It can get a little uncomfortable.
It's the same for me. I don't live with Mion after all.
Oh, right. She said something like that, didn't she? Why, though? Sisters living apart is unusual. We were getting tired of talking. We were getting tired of talking while we were walking. We ended up going to the lounge, which was vacant, and continuing the conversation.
Yes. Mion lives at the main house and I live in Okinomiya.
What do you mean the main house? You make it sound like you're nobility.
It's just the main house. The Sonozaki family's main house. Mion's the successor, so she lives with Nana and apparently studies all sorts of things as preparation to be head of the family.
Wait, oh, it's the opposite.
Mion? The head of the family? Kind of fit her personality, but kind of didn't too.
Kei-chan, you just moved here, right? This will sound like I'm boasting, but we of the Sonozaki family are kind of personages around here.
Huh? Seriously? I know what personage means?
Keiichi does not seem like he knows big words. Okay, maybe I'm right.
The word personage didn't really match the extremely sociable air that Mion and Shion gave off. From what Shion explained, the Sonozaki family goes way back to the beginnings of Hinamizawa. After the war, they had a bunch of successful ventures and extended their influence to a wide area.
The Sonozaki family is a foundation under which the entire family cooperates, or
Sonozaki house, my bad.
though the current family head, Grandma, was the one who built it.
The entire family would provide backup to help one relative with a business venture. They were like a huge living company. This let them avoid tax-related problems and help relatives' ventures succeed, one after another, using large amounts of money.
If you ever go for a walk through Okinomiya, pay attention to the signboards and stuff. There's a ton of shops that are managed by members of the Sonozaki family.
She's mafioso. Being the head of the Sonozaki family doesn't sound like a win to me. Yeah, I'd pass. Sounds like a lot of work. Sounds like a lot of work. I will not take over my mom's empire.
Now that you mention it, that toy store looked like it was managed by relatives as well. Does that mean your relatives operate Angel Mort too? Even what few shops I was familiar with were involved with the Sonozaki family. It was definitely surprising.
The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate.
Oh no!
Even a lot of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okinomiya area giving them strong electoral support.
She's a Rothschild!
Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Her relatives operate shops in downtown Okinomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate. On top of that, a lot of those in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even people elected to local offices.
This is a psyop! She's a psyop! She's a psyop!
So then, the Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in the area?
Ah! Yes, it's crazy.
I love you, Oishi! Woo! Yes. Keiichi, you don't know how good you have it!
All of a sudden, a cigarette-smoking overweight old man interrupted our conversation. Wait, I know this guy.
Hello, good afternoon. Are you on a date today? What I would give to be young again.
If you thought we were on a date, then why are you bothering us? Oishi-san.
That was it. He was Oishi-san, a police officer. I thought it was this person who came to my rescue when I got involved with those delinquents before. Now that I thought about it, Mion didn't seem to like him very much.
Oh no, I apologize. I heard a familiar voice, so I came over to see.
Oishi-san laughed coarsely, not showing any sign of giving up. As Shion watched him do so, I don't feel the same sense of malice from her as I had from Mion.
Mayabara-san, right?
Oh, he has the most deepest green eyes. Swoon.
You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you?
No! I'm not two-timing anyone! I turned around to look at Shion and plead for help, but she grinned and maintained her silence. Her gaze wandered. She looked at the clock.
I'm sorry, Kei-chan. I really need to get to my job.
Huh? Oh, did you? Wait, didn't Shion have something to talk about today? Now this weird man is here, though.
Yep, I'll see you later. Oh, I'll give you a call after I'm done.
She can't talk to me about the murder.
It'll be okay to call at night, right?
Yeah, probably okay.
Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye!
Oishi-san has such a beautiful smile, yeah. I love his one his singular underneath eyelash.
Shion left so fast she was practically running.
Murderer!
Oishi-san was waving at me with a grin. I felt like I'd been left here as bait so she could get away. Maybe she was lying about having to go to work.
You're quite the big shot, being so close to the Sonozaki daughters. Maybe I should rethink of how I talk to you too.
Oishi-san put a coin into a vending machine as he said something a bit appalling.
Is iced tea okay with you? Do you want milk in it?
Oh, no,
I'll put some in then, alright? Here you are.
He handed me a cup of tea, filled to the brim with ice, as I looked on absent-mindedly.
He's now in an interrogation. Oishi-san has such a way with words. I think you upgraded. I think you upgraded. This is your new date now. This is your new date now, Keiichi. Well, I mean, Keiichi, you're a child, but if you were not a child, it'd be a drop the zero, get with the hero.
I don't think I'm obligated to have a guy like this buy me a drink, but he did get it for me, so I'll thank him. Was Oishi-san just killing time? We didn't know each other well, but he still engaged me in conversation about all sorts of dumb things. When I thought back to how I talked with Shion, this seemed like a total disaster.
Mayabara-san, how much do you know about Sonozaki-san?
Other than what I just heard now? Nothing. Till then, I hadn't known anything about either Mion or Shion, other than the fact that they were interesting. That they were totemo omoshiroi. I really did just learn that she was the daughter of some prestigious family.
Dang, Oishi, you're pretty blunt with that.
The Sonozakis are a Yakuza group with this entire region under their thumb. Plus, her father is a high-ranked executive in the XX Yakuza Association. Did you know that?
What?
Yeah, Oishi said this is not the way to go about this.
An executive?
Have you ever seen where Shion-san lives? It was the very picture of a gang boss's house, protected by high walls, barbed wire fence, and security cameras. If you have the chance, you should go and visit her.
She'd mentioned Mion being a successor, but to a Yakuza group.
No, not at all, not at all. A boring old Yakuza group isn't the only thing Mion Sonozaki-san will inherit. She's inheriting the Sonozaki family itself. I'll leave it to you to mull over what exactly that means.
Oishi-san had spoken lightly about all of this from start to finish, but what he was saying wasn't light in the least. It was abrupt and unbelievable.
If Mion-san wanted to, she could kill someone in the middle of the street and still cover it up. Not only would witnesses not show up, but she'd put pressure on the police too.
Mion would never kill someone!
She wouldn't. I'm just speaking hypothetically.
Your name, it was Oishi-san, right?
Yes, that's right.
Then, Oishi-san, whatever family Mion comes from, it doesn't change the fact that she's the best friend I could ever have, and I'm proud of that. I don't appreciate people speaking ill of her. I let my quiet anger show in my gaze as I stared at him. Of course, I could never seem to tell what he's thinking, so I didn't know if it had any effect.
Pretty ballsy, Keiichi, to be like,
Yeah? Well, my Yakuza best friend? I don't give a flying flip what you think, and I'd rather you not talk poorly of her, policeman.
Then let me be frank. If Mion-san was suspected of a handful of incidents, what would you think?
we're just in a library, like a normal library right now.
Suspected? Incidents? You can't just say terrible stuff like that on a whim.
Mate. Okay, I'm okay. Wait, is this him?
Then it would be a misunderstanding, of course. Mion may say some dangerous things, but she's not the kind of person who would do something so awful.
Mayabara-san, keep your voice down. We're in a library.
Oishi-san shushed me, but in a state of heightened excitement as I was, I wouldn't be calm so easily.
Please calm down. As I said before, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of power in this region, for better or worse. So if anything happens, they would immediately be suspect. I'd appreciate it if you understood that.
Well, I know what Oishi-san is trying to say. Combining it with what Shion told me before, the Sonozaki family is huge, and controls everything from Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. Mion, meanwhile, is its successor, who apparently holds strong influence over the entire family. Still, that's all? That's the only reason they're suspecting her?
I'm just doing my job here. No doubt, Mion-san of anything. Not to doubt Mion-san of anything, but to clear up suspicions surrounding her. Please think of it like that.
You could talk a dog out of a meat truck.
Okay.
He was the definition of a shrewd, unfair adult. Grr, how could you? At this point, I began to think that it was no coincidence that I'd met him.
Oh, what was that? It broke. It like glitched out.
Oishi-san, do you need something from me?
Yes, I do. Keiichi Mayabara-san.
He answered in an absent tone of voice.
Mion's being suspected of something, and you came to hear from a friend of hers. Me. Is that it?
Wait. Oh no, that's not. That's me.
Mion's being suspected of something, and you came to hear it from a friend of hers, me. Is that it?
No, that isn't it. I didn't come to talk to a friend of Mion Sonozaki-san. I came here to talk to Keiichi Mayabara-san. It would probably have bothered you had I visited your house.
Would it? Interrogating me in public where there's Sonozaki people everywhere? That's kind of a bad idea, isn't it?
To me? What did the police want with me? Having realized this faked coincidental meeting had me as its target, my mood immediately turned foul.
You don't need to be so tense. Calm down and just answer a few questions.
Am I being questioned? I'm sorry. I won't speak to the police without my lawyer present.
Let's call it a chat with a guy you happen to run into.
Oishi-san freely suggested that I relax.
Now, Casey, don't talk to him. Don't talk to him. Don't do it.
That said, behind his eyes was a light, which I could only see sometimes that was sharp as a hawk. If I tried in vain to run away, he might actually take me in and bring me to an interrogation room or something. That was undoubtedly an unpleasant thought.
You had a roaring good time at the Watanagashi festival last night, didn't you?
Don't beat around the bush, please! I can't do small talk right now.
Last night during the festival. Did you see Jiro Tomatake-san and Miyo Takano-san?
They're dead. Ah, man, it's the same thing that happened last time. Okay, Tomatake is dead. Takano is missing.
I could plainly feel myself give a start.
Oh my goodness. You're really expecting Keiichi to make good life choices? Someone's an optimist. I'm an optimist. Not in Keiichi though. Keiichi's dumb. He's dumb as bricks.
Where did I put those pictures? Oh, here they are.
He opened a small notebook and removed 2 photographs. I didn't have to look. Well, who knows? I might have seen them around. I don't remember. I was asked the same question for the second time today. I gave the same answer for the second time, too.
Your memories are blurry. You couldn't have possibly been drinking or anything. Here, too. I got the same answer I had from Mion.
Wait, no. Here, too. I had gotten the same answer I had from Mion. I realized he wasn't taking my vague reply well. Why is he asking me the same thing Mion did? The dark feelings I had nearly forgotten due to my conversation with Shion came rushing back in a hurry. We snuck into the sacred ritual storehouse. A punishable act. It was on a tiny impulse. While it may not count for much now, I do feel sorry about it.
I'll ask you again. Did you see Jiro Tomatake-san and Miyo Takano-san at the festival last night?
His tone was soft, but there was a dreadfulness in his voice, clearly different from the first time he asked. I'm scared. That was exactly how I felt. Even if you repeat the question, my answer won't change. I don't really remember. There wasn't any better answer I could give him. I didn't have the balls to say I didn't see them, nor the courage to admit I had.
I see. I just thought that maybe I'd get a different answer if I asked a second time.
Huh?
I'm too scared to look Oishi-san in the eyes.
I'll change the question. Come, my Ibana-san. Relax, relax.
Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders and squeezed them as if trying to give me a massage. It mostly just hurt, though. Still, why?
I hate when that happens. Uh-oh. When someone tries to give you, like, squeeze your shoulder to be nice or something, and it just, like, they don't realize how tender you are, and they just go and crush you, like, oh! Like, relax, relax. Ah! That usually happens when, like, an older relative comes by and they're like, oh, is that my sweet girl? They kill you. They squeeze you like lemons. It's like, I'm not made out of stone. You can't do this to me. I'm not a stress ball. Okay.
Still, why would he ask the same things as Mion? If he's asking the same things, then the next question must be...
Mate.
On the same night of the festival, did you see Shion Sonozaki-san?
I wonder what that sound was. And when I looked down, I saw it was the unmelted ice in the cup I was gripping in my hands. My hands were trembling, rocking the ice back and forth.
Katie is like, what did you just say? His eyes goes foggy. Run, Katie. Somehow, Mion knew the future. Or not Mion, Shion, or whoever it was. Ghost? Shion?
Realizing that, I hastily put the remaining ice in my mouth and crunched down on it. Sorry. I may have seen her, but... Well, you know, she looks just like Mion. I might have just mistaken the two.
But that can't be. They were wearing different clothes.
Suddenly, Oishi-san grabbed both my shoulders and hunched down to give me a level stare. This must be what it's like, to be a deer in the headlights. I want to look away, but I can't. This is the first time I've experienced such a piercing stare.
Mion-san and Shion-san wear completely different clothing.
His eyes aren't foggy, though.
You wouldn't mistake the two so easily, I would think. My Bata-san.
His voice was harsh. Harsh, the same as when Mion said it. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. When I realized he could feel it through the hands on my shoulder, I got even more scared. Why? Why are Mion and Oishi-san both asking questions about last night? Was sneaking into the storehouse so bad? I shouldn't have let Takano-san talk me into it. Tomitake-san casually said to check it out too, so... Even Shion, if she hadn't encouraged me... No, I understood. I was the one most in fault there. I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me. I shouldn't have gone into the forbidden storehouse. Oishi-san.
Oh, wait, no.
Oishi-san! I think that's our cue to get out of here. A young man wearing a suit came into the lounge. From the way he held himself, I knew immediately that he was Oishi-san's subordinate. Oh, so it is.
I would be so pissed if I was Oishi. Like, I almost got him the crack, you stupid idiot.
Closing time already.
I hadn't realized it until he had said something. The jingle and announcement telling patrons the library had closed and had started playing without me realizing it. I was so irritated, so overwhelmed that I couldn't even hear it.
Well then, Mayabara-kun. We're out of time, so allow me to take my leave. I'd like to talk with you more about this at your leisure, when we have more time.
This isn't a joke. If I never saw him again, it would be too soon. Oishi-san followed his subordinate and left the lounge behind him. However, he spun back around.
Oh, right. Mayabara-san.
What is it?
Those two questions I asked you before. You don't remember well enough to answer either of them, correct?
Right.
Just so you know, You saw them all yesterday. You were walking along, the four of you, having quite a pleasant time, near the stone steps. I saw you with my own eyes.
I caught my breath, and my heart seemed like it was about to stop. What a detestable person! He knew! And he was testing me!
We'll meet again. Have a good year.
I sat there like a rock, unmoving, until I could no longer hear the clacking sounds of their footsteps.
So Takano and Toмотaki are dead. I think Toмотaki, or one of their camera, someone's camera is gone. Right? They found he did not actually see it with his own eyes, sort of. He had the pictures. He had the pictures left over, so he knew they were there. Yeah. Drink milk. Yeah, he for sure has a picture with Keiichi in it. Are we gonna get to see it and we'll be able to see his sprite? I hope so.
I was on my way back home. The cries of the Higurashi accentuated the already lonely evening. More time had passed than I thought. The orange of the dusky sky was being chased down little by an indigo color approaching from the east.
I really want rice.
Exhausted from the slow climb toward Hinamizawa, without even noticing, I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it uphill. I don't understand any of this. No one told me to my face that I'd done something wrong. No. In fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday really was just my curiosity. It really was no more than a quiet prank. No more than having the courage to cross at a red light as long as you did it with other people.
I love this exact BGM. This is nice. I don't think we've heard this before.
The storehouse for ritual implements. Hollowed ground only accessible to the family of the priest. For sure, I'd seen terrifying things that I'd never imagined would be there. Thinking on it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. It didn't make the wrong I committed any more right. The four of us did. Mion seemed to know about it. For some reason, even the police were trying to learn what the four of us did. Did we do something so bad?
What happened? I just joined. Nothing much. One of the characters got cooked into a crisp.
Really? Doesn't matter how wrong it was. I did something wrong. It was nothing more than that, and yet I couldn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion or Oishi-san. All I did was shield myself with ambiguities. I did something wrong yesterday. I set foot into a forbidden storehouse for a little bit of mischief. I'll forget everything I saw in there. I won't ever do something like that again either. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry! If I apologize like that, would they forgive me?
We're looping Keiichi again, trying to turn back time, yeah. Cork to a crisp sounds like a lot. Yeah. Normal Tuesday.
The suddenly cool evening air left no room for such sentiment, however, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible. In the end, the evening air was correct.
I keep vomiting in my mouth.
If I trudged along such an isolated road, regrets would pile on top of regrets, but nothing would change.
Is he gonna say,
And the song of the Higurashi, the singing of the Higurashi.
she's so pregnant? What? Huh? What? Huh? Morning sickness? It's 4 p.m. Excuse me! Someone's not having their fantasies in check.
Let's go home.
It's morning somewhere. All sickness is morning sickness if you think about it.
I'll go home. Go to my room. Put on my favorite music or something and go to bed. It might sound plain and boring, but it's probably the strongest I've felt all day. Oh. Now that I've made a decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike. I pushed hard on the pedals. I rapidly advanced forward. I steadily gained speed. I can do it! I can do it! I can do it! The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but it actually felt good, as if it were softly punishing me.
Shut up, Kichi.
I deserve it. Hit me harder, wind.
I love how it's still daytime on the nighttime picture of his house. It's just daytime with like a filter on it.
I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. My mom called me from downstairs.
Keiichi! You have a call. It's from Sonozaki-san.
Sonozaki? Was it Mion? No, it was Shion. I just remembered. She had something she wanted to tell me today. Oishi-san had interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call tonight. Hello? Is that you, Shion?
Hello. Ran into a bit of trouble today, didn't we?
She said it so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. She was the one who left me there and ran. Don't say that. I can't...
Oh. Wait.
Don't say that. I gave you the signal to run away with me, didn't I? You just sat there looking dazed, Kei-chan.
I wasn't dazed. All of a sudden you left me there, and after that, I had to put up with that Oishi guy for ages.
Don't complain to me about it.
I can't believe she passed it off like that. She looks just like Mion, and yet inside she's this different?
Is that different? I don't know, some of the stuff I would expect Mion to say that too. Mion can be a little dismissive.
I got a little irritated at myself when I realized I was. Somewhere in my mind, hoping for the same reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person. Ugh, sorry. Next time I'll run away first thing and leave you there.
Hey, it's ladies first.
Seems like Mion just... half the time he says stuff... Mion would have made sure don't like Kichi. That's true. But like sometimes he'll say like, that's totally unlike Mion to say. And I'm like, is it though? That doesn't seem that out of character. Like that's not completely out of character. Perhaps it's because I read it in a mocking tone. Right? So it's like,
Aw, Keiichi, you feel bad for me. That's so sweet.
when in reality it might be like,
Oh, Keiichi, you feel bad for me. That's so sweet.
I read it I always read it because she has the smug face. I'm like, oh, she's saying it smugly. But she could be saying it like that.
Shion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized she wasn't really that angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because it was my own fault for not leaving immediately. I'll stop blaming it on others.
You give Shion a hint of Valley Girl Spice? I can't help it. Is she supposed to be like soft? Like I guess she is supposed to be like the more feminine one, but I don't know, I get the impression she's a little catty.
I'll stop blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be... Anyway, you had something to tell me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Ugh. What's with me today? I did just eat 3 pieces of pizza. That could be why. 3 pieces of apple pie pizza. Might be a little bit too much grease for my poor stomach.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you already know, then it's not something that bears repeating. Do you already know? Do you already know?
Shion lowered her voice suddenly, as if she were glancing around. I had no idea what I could already know. Sorry, but I have no clue what you're talking about. At least give me a hint.
So that means you don't know.
She seemed to take my stupid-sounding question as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest.
Actually, it's about last night, during the Watanagashi festival.
My entire body jolted as I was assailed by a terrible feeling. Is Shion going to ask me the same thing?
Hello? Kei-chan, are you listening?
Yeah, I am. What about last night?
The 4 of us went in there, right?
She didn't beat around the bush. Whether or not I wanted to admit it, that was the actual honest truth. And I couldn't act like it hadn't happened.
Then, after that, we walked away together. And then went our separate ways near the stone stairs, right? Takano-san and Tomitake-san went to the stream and you stayed there, Kei-chan. I went over to see some relatives.
Yeah. Why do you ask?
We won't make any progress if we keep asking each other questions, so let me just ask this question first, okay?
You mean, did I see Tomitake-san and Takano-san last night?
Huh? Oh, yes? Did you see the 2 of them after that?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. Is this the 3rd time I've been asked this question today? Why? Why? What in the hell was going on? Why? Why are you asking me that?
No, Kei-chan! I'm asking the question. Please answer me.
Did you, Shion? If you answer first, then I'll answer. My shabby response betrayed how scared and small I felt now, after everything that had happened today. Shion didn't say anything for a few moments. Just as I was beginning to think I'd really put my foot in my mouth with that response, she finally answered me.
Of course, I didn't see them. Of course, I didn't see them. My relatives were with me, and they can vouch for that.
I didn't see them either. People can vouch for me too, like Mion, Reina, and everyone else. Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more relieved than anything else.
Thank you for answering me honestly. Okay, then I'll tell you.
I knew it! Oh, but how do you break this news? Dude, he's literally gonna he's gonna explode.
Apparently, last night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died.
Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said?
Apparently, last night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitake-san, well, it looked like a suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my dad talking to a relative on the phone about it.
late last night.
Oh, wait, this is her.
Late last night, a police car on its way back from festival security duty had discovered Tomitake-san laying in the middle of the road heading towards Okinomiya. He had clawed out his own throat and died.
What? He clawed out his own throat? That bright, cheerful Tomitake-san committed suicide? That can't possibly be right!
The police did an autopsy. He did it with his own fingernails. He scratched at his own throat so hard that it ruptured his blood vessels, and it bled out. He died in a pool of his own blood. That's what they said.
I've never heard of such an insane suicide. You can't just scratch open your own throat like that. I realized I was yelling too loudly, so I lowered the force I was putting into my voice. I didn't want my parents to hear me, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my own room. Sorry for yelling. So, was Takano-san... Was that a suicide too?
In her case, it's a little unclear. Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of Gifu Prefecture. Employees at a rest stop nearby reported to the police late that night that they could see flames in the mountains. The firefighters dispatched there were the first ones to find her. The autopsy concluded that it was the burned corpse of a half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after there was a request for a dental comparison from the prefectural police station in Okinomiya, and the results concluded that it was Mio Takano.
So no one was demoned away, they just both were killed.
The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to be a homicide since she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere in the area.
Didn't she disappear last time? Yeah, last time she disappeared. So no one's been demoned away this time. Mion Doko. True. But this is 2 people dying. That's not common. Usually it's 1 person dies. Right? Or we don't know who was, yeah.
The oil drum had fallen over, so it's also possible she burned herself to death.
It couldn't possibly have been suicide. If you're going to die, there are plenty of easier ways, aren't there? This can't be suicide. That's what I think. It's unthinkable that Tomitake-san would kill himself too. After the 2 of us rattled on at each other, there was a silence as we paused to catch our breaths. And as we calmed our nerves, right then, I understood what Shion's story actually meant.
I think it will end up being Oyoshiro-sama's curse. We all did more than enough to deserve it after all.
Deserve? You've gotta be kidding! It's not like Shion wanted to see it with me. I just went along with her. I tried to say that, but I fell silent. Nothing would come of me blaming others. It didn't matter how much everyone else encouraged me. I could have put my foot down. I lost to my own half-assed sense of adventure, and agreed to go in with them. Yes, it was my fault, and no one else's. Shion, last night, when we snuck into the ritual storehouse, did you predict things would turn out this way?
Of course not. I mean, I thought it was pretty risky. But I never even dreamed something like this could happen.
Shion's words were probably her true feelings. She knew she could get in trouble if we were caught, but that was the thrill of this little venture. It was the same for me.
Besides that, Kei-chan, think about it for a moment. Didn't Oyashiro-sama's curse turn out a little strange this year?
It was already pretty strange, seeing as how Tomitake-san and Takano-san died like that. Given all of that, what could possibly be stranger?
I mean that they found 2 corpses. Remember what I said? Every other year, one person would die and one person would disappear. This year is the first time 2 people have been found dead.
Then, maybe true, but that's not a huge deal, is it?
It is, Kei-chan. Think about it harder. Listen! 2 people died because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. That in order to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger, 2 people would need to be sacrificed.
Is that how it works? So what? Tomitake-san and Takano-san died. So now 2 people are going to go missing this year? I don't understand why, but when I said that, I felt my spine freeze.
I don't think anyone's been confirmed missing yet. I think that those 2 people have yet to disappear.
Shion, like me, was obviously getting the same feeling crawling down her back. 2 people have yet to disappear? Shion didn't answer. I couldn't say any more than that either. A chill crept in through my clothes and tried to wrap into a fist around my heart. Cold hands feeling about on my chest. Neither of us could say anything. Tomitake-san opened the lock, and he died. Takano-san exposed the ritual storehouse, and she died. If 2 more people were to be sacrificed, then they would be none other than the ones who entered in with them. None other than us. No, this has gotta be a joke. I wanted so much for her to pass this off as a joke even now. That, though, was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had died in a common way like a car accident, I could tell myself it was a coincidence.
Someone be mowing.
Instead, he clawed out his own throat! And she burned to death, drowned in oil in the mountains. The 2 deaths were so out of the ordinary that I couldn't possibly dismiss it as mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us. Some sort of lawn mowing guy, right around the corner, at every turn. Even so, I still didn't want to accept that terrifying truth. If I did, then I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. That's why I argued against it. I argued, knowing I was running away. In the first place, it's not even in the newspaper, is it? Such a monstrous incident would be all over the newspapers and television. Magazine writers would flood the village too, thinking it'd make for an interesting story.
Of course it's not getting reported by the media. That's how it was in the past, too.
When the incidents occurred for the 3rd year in a row, There were some third-rate magazines that sniffed out the story and ran issues full of gossip columns about Hinamizawa. Feeling that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy where no information about the incident was allowed to be leaked to the media.
I hear the elders and the top brass from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police.
Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with total secrecy?
Sonozaki's run the papers too, yeah. You gotta protect the Zaki. You gotta protect Shion.
That's how it is. Of course, the police are investigating it. That's being performed in secret too. Though, so I hear, the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You could essentially say they're interfering with the police investigation.
Are they? Am I understanding?
This story was unbelievable. People died and yet they won't publicize it and deal with everything in secret?
If we break it down further, it means no matter who dies on the night of the Watanagashi, it won't go public.
That's the biggest pile of bullshit I ever heard!
Kei-chan, before I said how the villagers could be the ones carrying around Oyashiro-sama's curse, that's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of Watanagashi under the guise of it being Oyashiro-sama's curse.
When someone dies on the night of Watanagashi, it turns into the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The curse turns into the serial murder incidents. In order to avoid exacerbating the negative stigma around Hinamizawa, those incidents are dealt with in secrecy. That's insane! Dead and missing people turn up every year! However bad the stigma gets. The police have to draw the line somewhere, don't they?
You could say the incidents happening every year is mysterious, but the police can get the job done when they need to. After all, the incidents always get resolved individually. It doesn't end up being a string of incidents, you know? It just so happens that something unfortunate happens on the night of Watanagashi every year. That's all it turns into.
Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The last one managed to get and stay away, but the events were totally exposed and elucidated. So it was, in essence, resolved. The dam supporting couple who died in an accident on the second year, that was an accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigations into the possibility of it being a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. It ended up as an accident. It was resolved. On the third year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present at the hospital at his deathbed, and they all had trustworthy medical licenses. They even did an autopsy. They concluded that it wasn't a homicide. That was resolved too. On the fourth year, the sister-in-law of the dam-supporting couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He's on coke. He confessed that he thought Oyashiro-sama's curse was so interesting he wanted to try it out. The criminal died of an accident while in prison, so his incident was essentially resolved as well. That's right. None of the incidents had any relation to another, and each was independently resolved. So then, why does an unfortunate coincidence occur every year on the night of the Tanagashi? You can try and say it's a string of related incidents, but they're not related. Yet every year, someone always dies, and someone always disappears. The story Takano-san told me on the day before during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, I couldn't just laugh it off. Then Does that mean it'll come for us too? Just like how one person dies and one disappears every year. Are you saying we'll be taken along with Tomitake-san and Takano-san and be erased too? My lips had, at some point, become completely dry, and just saying that was difficult. Shion didn't respond. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me.
Sure. We went somewhere we shouldn't have.
Oh wait, no, this.
Sure, we went somewhere we shouldn't have, but we were just looking, right? We didn't steal anything or take anything out. And we didn't tell anyone that we looked, right?
I was already regretting having committed such a wrong.
You've been regretting.
Even so, was it really so bad that Tomitake-san and Takano-san deserve such cruel deaths? Besides, I didn't care about anything I saw in there at all. Takano-san was the only one getting so happy over it, wasn't she? Takano-san was the only one at fault. I don't have anything to do with this. I'm not interested. I'm not involved. I don't give a shit about what was in there.
Hold on, my throat's getting hoarse. Mom. My throat's getting hoarse from me doing Keiichi's voice. Hold on, I'm drinking water too. Yeah. Ah. I swallowed a big air bubble. That's not gonna feel good. Oh! Oh my. Nothing. Boom. Okay.
I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I could feel myself, my cold self in the innermost depths of my heart, disgusted at my pointless howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam, and I couldn't stop them anymore. I just couldn't hold back the urge to go into the pantry and get the instant rice I knew was in there. I had been craving sesame oil and chili flakes on steamed rice for the longest time now, and it was the only thing that could sate my desires. I took a step from my seat, cold sweat running down my body. I glanced to the stream chat that had been watching me do this entire time, and I said, "Sit tight, I'll be right back." stepped back for a moment as my rice cooked for 90 seconds. I planned to go back momentarily as soon as they were done. As soon as I heard that ding, ding, ding of the microwave, I was going to go back, pour it into a bowl, and top it with sesame oil and chili flakes. And perhaps, if I was so inclined, salt and pepper as well.
The microwave told for me, just as the ringing bells would ring on the day of my inevitable death, yeah. How am I? Am I a good writer? But was garnish really the right thing to do? Things have gotten so screwed up. What does that mean? Garnish. Perfect writing style imitation. Outstanding. Pretty good. See, guys, I can make a VN. I can do it. Can't wait for the VN. Honestly, pretty good improv, damn. Amazing. It's a good improv. I barely realized it wasn't part of the story.
Suddenly, in the back of my head, I heard it. The ringing. It was calling to me. I knew if I didn't go, I was as good as dead. I started running. I couldn't look back. Guys!
my god, it's so good. Oh my god. It tastes even better than I imagined. Wow. Very, very good. And my finger got caught when I was using... Oh god. It's rice, instant rice. Worth it? Yes. I have to sneeze so bad. When is it gonna come out? Come on out alright now. Come on out. Oh, tadaima. Arigato. Wah 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 wah. How wah wah wah, my nose.
I mean, I sat down with my rice. Comfort finally hitting me. For the first time since this nightmare began. I felt at home.
Don't break character, Keiichi. I'm not a Keiichi streamer. It's rice with sesame oil, MSG, chili flakes, and black. Ow. Oh my goodness. Ow. Okay, chili flakes. Ow. Sesame oil, chili flakes, MSG, salt, pepper, black sesame seeds. And yeah, I think that's it. Oh, I'm totally for that. Get this. Bro, MSG and salt. I didn't say I put a lot in. It's very tasty though. My sister, I was like, where's my sesame oil? My sister put it in the fridge and she put it in her section. Like, as hers. What the hell? That's mine. That is my sesame oil. Ho. First off, it's mine, but second off, why would you put oil in the fridge? It was like, yeah, it was like solid. It wasn't solid, but it was like super sluggish. Because it was cold. This is very tasty. Another sin of Mosisi now. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. My throat burns from doing Keiichi voice. And all my chopsticks were dirty, so I had to use a fork. Ayo, my nose. David Hater problem. What is that? What's a David Hater? David Hater is these nuts? Is that what it is? Chat. I suppose we should continue. Oh, Snake's voice actor. Ugh. Oh my goodness. I just noticed you still have the coffee cup on your head. You mean my nice little hat? Most not everything is a D's nuts, Duke. I have to protect myself, okay? It doesn't matter if it's not. I have to protect myself. You never know. You never know nowadays. Alright? People might just be bringing it up. Next second you know, it's over. This rice is so good. Oh my god, I love rice. I don't eat it enough. I love rice. It's still hot though. You there! I'm telling you, sesame oil will change your life. It's delicious. It's delicious. You should use it. You should use it. Okay. I wish I grilled mushrooms too. Oh my god. Ah! I'm jealous. Of no one. I'm just jealous that I don't have it. Kanoko. What is kanoko is that mushroom? Kanoko hoshii. Jealous of your potential self, yes. Kinoko, kinoko. Hi. Yes. Kinoko. Kinoko hoshi. Probably oishi. Sake mushrooms with sesame seed oil and some fresh green beans and grilled chicken would go really well with that. Mushroom is kinoko, yeah. Maybe some bell peppers, I don't know. Okay. Jealous of your potential self, it's true.
However, my emotions had broken through the dam, and I couldn't stop them anymore. I didn't have any interest in this from the start, damn it! All I wanted to do was watch Rika-chan's performance! You were the one who pulled me away from that, weren't you, Shion? I don't give a rat's ass whether those two were trying to steal something or try to meet up secretly or whatever. That's right! You're the one who made me go in there in the first place, Shion! You were all, Kei-chan, you need to see what's inside, and you convinced me and then pulled me in! Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to take responsibility for this? I'm pregnant, Shion, and it's yours! Huh? Hey, are you listening?
Click. That's enough of that. Uh-oh.
Without any warning, the phone cut off with the soft sound of the receiver being slammed down. Shion was just as terrified as I was. I just said some really self-centered things.
Soft? Yeah. Slammed down? Doesn't sound right.
My riled-up emotions disappeared as if they never existed, and in their place surged waves of deep regret at having run my mouth so irresponsibly. I could try to call out Shion's name from beyond the disconnected phone, but it was too late. What have I done? Shion was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about to descend upon us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it.
Yeah, misplay, honestly, Keiichi.
I went to call her back, but remembered she lived in Okinomiya. I didn't know her phone number. Since I declared to Mion that I hadn't seen Shion last night, I couldn't just call Mion and ask for Shion's phone number. I was too scared. I couldn't even call her back. I was stricken with hopeless regret. I returned the receiver to its stand. I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Please, Shion, calm down and call me again. Ring, 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 ring.
It's Oishi-san this time.
Hello, this is Mayabata. I swept at the receiver as though it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at the exact moment.
Is this the Mayabata residence? Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi.
You're a magician. I freaking knew it! I knew it. I mean, he did say he was gonna keep in touch, so I'm not surprised. I'm taking another bite of my rice. Rice from victory prediction. Tastes so much sweeter when you know you're so smart. My mouth burns. I put too much chili in it, I think. That's not gonna feel good later.
I'm Kimiyoshi.
Is this the head of the household?
It was the voice of a middle-aged man. All my hopes rushed out of me. No, it isn't. If you need Dad, I'll go call him. I went to put the receiver back down, but the man stopped me hurriedly. No. If he's busy, then it's fine. This may be a strange question, but is my old man paying you a visit? No one's here at the moment.
I see. Again, I apologize for calling you so late at night. Goodbye.
I don't know who that was, but What if Shion tried to call while I was talking to him? I thought, bubbling with egotistic anger. Hey, wait. Give it a break, Eiichi Maibana. These are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me, aren't they? The more I thought about it, though, the more I thought that Shion had given up hopes in the short time since we had our conversation and didn't want to call anymore. Calm yourself, Keiichi Maibara. If Shion does call again, then first apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, then Shion would understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night.
No, this is Patrick. It wasn't even Kit. It wasn't even Oishi. It was just like Buddy. Right? Kimiyoshi? They wanted to see if he's there. Yeah. Call from Oishi-san. M for M ASMR. That's epic. Mate. You have to spit back the victory right now! No, I'm literally doing that! Don't do that to me! Don't jinx me like that! Oishi calls you and asks if you witnessed anything strange lately. Have you? An inexplicably well-balanced coffee cup, perhaps? Sorry for cursing you. I can't believe you did that to me, man. What the heck? Not cool, bro! Not cool!
Higurashi no Nekai.
Yay.
This calls for Higurashi. Oh, I'm so smart.
Three of them! That's so many. Wait, what? Wait. Huh? We already read all of this. Is it because you already say... Because you reloaded, right? So, there are no new tips. No, wait, these are new. Yeah, these are new. They are. These are. Yeah, so I'm right. Hold on, let me eat more rice before I go into this reading bonanza. Bah, I love umami flavor. Nom nom. Nom nom. This is gonna make me so dehydrated later, though. Oh, continues a blast, yeah. I think the last part we read was part 5? Right? We're on part... Is this part... Wait, no, this is part 5. Yeah. Just sweat the sodium back out? No, that's my precious sodium! How else can I be so salty? No, my lips are salty.
The significance of Watanagashi. Watanagashi, a festival of hunting for sacrifices and feasting on them. While the festival itself is remarkable, it has come to be considered a form of entertainment as well. Perhaps it was because of the disparity between being both an egregious act and a form of entertainment that the perpetrators began to believe themselves transcendent. However, I found some very interesting literature that appears to raise questions about the explanation. As with most oral traditions, it's not easily swallowed, but it does mention a few things that spark my interest.
I'm in the mic a bit. How?
According to this literature, Even the residents of Onigafuchi village felt fear towards this ritual. Women and children would grow pale and tremble, and those of weak constitution would vomit. But it said the feast, the dissection, was an obligatory viewing. This is an extremely curious tale. Until now, I thought that the residents of Onigafuchi were fascinated by the Watanagashi ritual. They looked down on those vulgar, barbaric humans, cut them open like fish, and by eating them, they reaffirmed their own holiness. At least that's what I thought, and hoped, because that's how I feel inside. However, if what the villagers gained from this ritual was not fascination but fear, then that would suggest the ritual meant something entirely different. There's the possibility that the executions were meant as warnings, encouraging the villagers to strictly follow religious precepts created by those with power for their own convenience.
Is this Takano? I think so.
Onigafuchi village has been effectively ruled over by the three old families called the Free Families.
Oh. Not the three old families. Feels like her diary, yeah, or her, like, reports. Great name, yeah.
Without investigating the three families, I probably wouldn't get any closer to the truth of Onigafuchi village.
My lips burn a little bit, but it's like a good burn. That's not gonna be a good burn later when it hits my stomach, though. That sounded better in my head. Shut up! Shut up! That's so stupid. That sounded better in my head. Oh my god. Shut up!
The three families. The three families refers to the three old families.
Shut up!
Who effectively came to rule Onigafuchi village. To break it down, there was the Kimiyoshi family, the Furude family, and the Sonozaki family, and each of them still exists today.
What is everyone's last name again? Satoko. What is it? Satoko and Reina's last names again? Hojo. Satoko Hojo. Reina. Or is it Reina Hojo? No, Satoko Hojo, right? What is Reina's last name? Reina Ryugyu. That's a very funny name. Reina Ryugyu. Satoko Hojo. They have like alliteration names almost. Not alliteration literally, but like sound wise. Like boom boom boom. Ryugyu, it's cute, yeah.
Though they don't have as much control as they did in the remote past, they still can hold considerable influence today. The three families are considered by legend to be those in whom the blood of the swamp demons runs the thickest.
Shinoyoshi. Well, a little bit of ricey vomit in my throat there.
The Kimiyoshi family appears to have held great power as the head of the three families, but it doesn't have that kind of leadership today. The current mayor of the village, Yoshihiro Kimiyoshi, is from this family.
You don't say.
The fact that members of the Kimiyoshi family are elected as mayor every generation is thought to be a remnant of the old system. Of course, as no rival candidates appear, it doesn't change the fact that the Kimiyoshi family holds the mayoral office even through popular elections in the post-war era. The Furude family. The center of the village's faith since ancient times, the Furude clan has guarded the sole shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama. They were worshipped as the only people to represent the voice of Oyashiro-sama for a long time, but the family branched off after the war lost most of its power. It now consists of the only main house. The main house as well presently consists of only one daughter, Rika Furude, so the lineage may end in this generation.
Hey. That's... Rika can get it. When she gets older, she can get it. Everyone says so. Savage. Oh, wait, I get it though. They're saying... Because when she marries, she will take on a new name. She won't be Furude anymore. So they're saying there's no sons, there's no heirs. I think they mean she'll take her husband's name, yeah. But in Japan, that doesn't happen. Or rather, it doesn't have to, yeah. You say that the people in my hometown, there are people with my last name that aren't actually my family. What the heck? So that happens to Gendo in Evangelion. Oh. Unless the husband marries into her family, yeah. Yeah. Which they won't allow. They don't want outsiders. They need to keep the bloodline pure.
There is apparently an old tradition of honoring females of the Furude family, so the only daughter, Rika, is the subject of much respect among the elderly of the village. The Sonozaki family. It is said that this family had a certain police-like role of protecting the religious precepts of Onigafuchi village. Of the three families, their relatively weak position can be seen from me putting them here last.
Oh, yeah,
Of the three families, their weak position can be seen from me, Takano, not thinking that highly of them. Because my word is king. Of course, today, the Sonozaki family is flourishing, and the state of affairs among the three families has completely reversed. Even now, one could say that they are in control of Hinamizawa. The three families conferring with each other is similar to the old way. The current head of the Sonozaki family, Oryu, essentially decides all of the goings-on in the village by herself.
Oh. Yeah, I'm so epic and powerful. Everyone worships me and my absolute unyielding wisdom. Yeah. Hold up. Takano, let me get a bite of rice before I talk about your death. That's it. Mom, there are less than 100 people with my last name. I think my family dies with my generation. Yeah. Unless my brother has kids, which he probably won't. So I'm also the last one, I suppose. Unless I want to be new age and keep my last name. Same, to be honest. You don't want kids? Same, yeah, you don't want kids? Why not? The bloodline ends with me. Same. Dang, we're all dying off. Don't die off. You guys need to make future Mozumites. Do they not want kids or do they not see them in their future? Big difference. There's a difference. It's one thing if you have like a low opinion of yourself, because that's not true. Like, that's not true. Anyone can get it, right? My brother, he just has kind of like an unrealistic view. My brother's like, yeah, all the girls around me are not good enough for me, and one day I'll get a beautiful, perfect male-in bride that is thin, perfectly thin, 10 out of 10 figure, and she's going to give me a cute daughter-roo, like the girl from Sweetness and Lightning. And she's gonna let me move in with her. And cook and clean everything for me. And this is perspective. Oh, sweet summer child. Yeah. My brother has had people interested in, like, he's had He's had girls that wanted to date him. He just said that they were fat, so he's not interested. Like, there was girls that wanted to, like, you know, and he was just like, you're fat. But my brother, I mean, he's not exactly skinny either. I'm just saying. Rules for thee, not for me. Not fair. Just know I'm not gonna be a good father. What the heck? What makes you think that? What makes you think that? What makes you think? How do you know that? How do you know that? You're not a father, so how would you know that? Not good enough for me, the guy that flushes ribs down the toilet. Yeah! My brother that flushes ribs down the toilet. Because he doesn't like how they taste. They taste too strong or something. I'm fine being my own left and right hand man. Someone's gotta have my back. You don't want kids? I guess, I mean, maybe it's from my perspective.
I'm a girl, so I don't know. Maybe it's in my traits. It's in my nature.
Well, yeah, no, soon. Definitely not anytime soon. But never? Literally never? What makes you think that? Why never? My dad had me when he was an old ass man. How old was my dad? He was in his mid 40s to 50s? My dad was older when he had me. You got time, don't worry. Retirement's a good time to start, right? I mean, it's not. I think, it's something like, I think older men have a higher chance of having kids with autism or something, from what I've heard. So, like, just in general, if you have kids, like, you know, near the end of your reproductive window, they have a higher chance of having issues, but I came out fine, I think. What do you guys think? I think I'm pretty cool. You might get a little nausea. Is that good? You beat the odds. Yeah, I deserve to exist. I deserve to exist, I think. It's not too late for you. You got time. You're not selling me on this. Well, I mean, it's one thing if you don't like children, I guess, but if you just think you're not capable of having them, that's not true. You can. I believe in you. Gotta have a kid at 50 so they can put me in an old people's home with my own money. Good point. Don't wait too long, guys. What do you mean? Your face is malplaced. What do you mean? My dad's a freaking loser. My dad's a loser. It doesn't take that much. You don't gotta be like the coolest guy in the world to have kids. You just gotta want them. Oh, my kid's not. You zing! He's literally me. I would hope not. Oh my god, I hope not. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to be like that. Well, that's not hard. Just don't, you know. Don't do that one thing he does. That makes things hard for everyone. And whoop, you win. I ate all my rice. There's a few grains left. Anyways, let's talk about the Kano-san dying. Speaking of someone who will never have children. Lol.
Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household?
Oh. Mate, Mr. I'm okay. You were the Vtuber Abe always wanted. Don't chase your dreams, have kids. What is chasing your dreams? What is chasing your dreams? Neglecting family for your career is always a bad choice. Always a bad choice in the long term. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. You'll end up all shriveled and sad. A more cheery topic is... Always smiling on you from the heavens. I agree. Being a career person leaves you with money and no fulfillment. I don't know, like people now. Am I getting on one of my things, dude? If you... Oh yeah, I don't have to care about kids. I got 3 PlayStations, bro. I'm so fulfilled. My soul is full. Yeah. Often doesn't even leave you with money. Well, yeah. I mean, listen, you're gonna get Alzheimer's and you're not even gonna know it. And who's gonna put the bullet between your eyes when you have to ask for this, when you're requesting someone to end it for you? Huh? You're not gonna have the agency to do that. There's only a few people that will carry that out for you. Fair? Yeah. Good thinking. Yeah. That escalated quick. I'm just saying. I see so many people be like, if I get that, just end me. And I'm like, oh yeah? Well, guess what? Who's gonna do it? Mommy and daddy's gonna be dead. Mommy and daddy's gonna be dead. You're gonna be alone. Who's gonna do it for you, huh? Need to have kids to end me rightly, yeah. To carry out your final wishes. I need someone to take me. And who's gonna do that? Huh? Who's gonna do that other than Nightmare Junior? you need a little junior to end it for you. Canadian healthcare will come to Norway, I believe. You'll stub your toe and die then. Oh gosh, I'm not a fan of that. I know way too much about euthanasia. Anyways.
I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? Yes. No, not at all. Thank you very much for that. Yes? Well, you see, I do apologize for calling at this hour, but I was wondering if our old man was visiting you at the moment. You've got that right. Yeah. Once again, I'm very sorry for calling so late. Goodbye. So, no good? I'm not sure what to do. He may be passionate about it, but he always at least gives us a call.
No, don't kill Oishi! Oishi, no. Please don't tell me he's dead.
You called everyone he plays. You called everyone he plays Go with, didn't you?
Oishi, no.
Hello! Wait, hello, this is Kimiyoshi.
This is Sonozaki. How did it go? Have you found the mayor?
Oh, Mion-chan. I called everyone I can think of, but I came up with nothing. We can't find him. What do I do? Where could he be idling about?
I put a word in with a bunch of people who might have an idea, but nobody did. I asked Nana about it, and she said we should get the men of the village together to search for him.
At this hour? I mean, it's not like he's definitely gone missing.
Watanagashi just happened. She thinks we should be a little more cautious. If we still can't find him, then we'll notify the police tomorrow morning.
The mayor went missing? At least it's the mayor and not... Yeah, that's true, it's Kimiyoshi. What about when hypothetically worst case scenario happened? What do you mean? You guys always say that. You guys always talk about it. It's common. It's common. It's not completely, not common. I'm just saying.
Whether or not we find him, though,
Whether or not we find him, though, we should refrain from making any false accusations.
Audio-san said that?
Yes. If you can't trust her without hearing her voice, then I can put her on for you.
No, that's fine. I understand. We'll get the men together and search. If we still can't find him, then we'll notify the police in the morning.
She'll leave it to you to organize the men. I'll be there as well as Nana's representative.
Thank you. I'll get everyone together immediately.
Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
The mayor's gone missing. Oh, thank God it's not Oishi. I don't care if that old coot dies. I want Oishi only. Only Oishi. New page. Yeah. Continue. That was weird. Yeah, finger guns. Oishi must retire. Yes, he must retire and drink. And I want him to have a pet cat. And I want him to sit on a balcony and drink some coffee and overlook everything and be happy and swell. Yeah.
There was no way I'd be able to sleep. When she hung up with the phone like that, I realized for the first time what kind of situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who would support me was. I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang.
Are you winning, Kichi? He's struggling, man. He's struggling.
I would jolt awake as though I'd heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon and went to sleep with it in my arms.
What is it like on a futon? Is it like a sleeping bag? Or is it just like an inflatable mattress? Aww. Yeah, he's giving moe. Moe, like a teen girl with a crush.
Though it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time, I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me. Damn it! This is no time for sleep, Keiichi Maibara! I slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which is something I usually didn't do. I then did put on my falsies, put on my mascara, put on my eyeshadow, and my lipstick, and my blush. I was looking pretty bussin'. In fact, I was straight eatin'. I was serving. That wasn't enough either, though, so I brushed my teeth. After that, I was finally wide awake. When Mom saw how strange I was looking, her eyes went wide.
Oh my God, Keiichi! You are straight serving today! Who told you? Who told you went to the college of... Are you going somewhere today, Queen?
Going somewhere? Yeah, Mom. I'm going places. But today, I'm gonna have to settle with school.
Hey, what the hell are I not? Come on! What do you mean? What do you mean I don't look good? Kirispica, you don't look so good today. Do you have a cold?
I'm not sick. I just didn't get much sleep. If I space out and start talking nonsense, just humor me.
I wonder what kind of nonsense you'll see. I wonder. Now I'm looking forward to it. There's nothing worse than like an over-energetic friend when you're really like not in the mood. They're like, "Hey, Bucko!" And I'm just like, That's the worst. It's like my dad died. Hey, still A! Hey, booger nose!
I felt utterly shattered, and I still hadn't picked myself back up this morning. And for precisely that reason, Nena's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes.
Can help you make your appointments, though. Does it? I really need one of those friends. I don't have any.
Yo! What's up, Kei-chan? Rena. Good morning.
Mei-chan, you don't look like you got much sleep either. What the? Why is Reina's typing pattern so flanderized in this version? Was that just like what she actually sounded like in the first one? She just wasn't translated properly? Now she's doing it every single time she speaks. She's going way harder on the double word and the how. She used to only say how when she was blushing, like, you know, like what do you call it? I'm not sure what a compliment is, Casey, but it sounds cute. Is that what you want me to say? Thank you, Raichama. Thank you. She's a bit less murdery feeling. No, she seems worse. She's like less human feeling now. She feels like a character. More nervous. Not no more nervous. She feels more fake. No.
Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow.
Yeah. I went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired.
3? Hey now, you can't keep staying up late. You probably read the first volume of a manga, thought it was interesting, then read the entire series, didn't you? I understand. I've done that before. You gave her an out? No! I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. However, neither Mion nor Reina, in fact, smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Reina's expression immediately darkened.
What? Wait. Was it about the mayor? He still hasn't been found?
Nope.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about? You can't find the mayor? Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today.
Good morning, Keiichi-san. Have you heard? It looks like something terrible has happened.
I don't really know this mayor person, but he's an old guy, right? Couldn't he just be wandering around senile?
The mayor is certainly not senile. He's a sprightly man who can teach both calligraphy and swordmanship. He probably got lost somewhere, like me. Have you lost Rika? I want to take her with me.
Getting lost isn't only cute because children like Rika-chan do it.
Reina is like super character this in these past couple chapters. I don't know what's going on. Everyone's vocal tics get emphasized a bit more further on. Maybe he just got more like solid in their characters. Like, this is her vocal tic, this is what she does.
A one-old man getting lost isn't moe in the slightest. When my mind entertained dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats.
This guy is missing. I literally want to kidnap you. Yeah, Reina got NPC-ified. She's flanderized.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
The class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy.
Some of you may have already heard, but last night, despite the laugh... Some of you may have already heard, but last night, despite the late hour, the mayor never came home. Is there anyone who saw the mayor yesterday?
One or two hands went up in silence, and they told her about having seen him. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, and everyone began whispering amongst themselves.
If anyone has seen the mayor, please tell an adult about it, alright? Now then, let's begin class.
She had an aneurysm. Yeah, reset complete. A silver alert. There I said pretty boy. Silver alert. Is that a thing? All this mayor missing stuff sounds like a job for the Powerpuff Girls, not countryside drama. Yeah. The voices you use for the characters' narration fit perfectly. You'd think so.
After that, the same old lessons began.
An Amber Alert book for old folks. Yeah, an Amber Alert book for the elder. Is that real? That's a real thing? I've never heard of it before.
The rumors, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them all up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the Shrine's Assembly Hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everyone left. The elder's house was a bit far from the center of Hinamizawa. It was already late and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he would have been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Some thought there might have been an incident.
The disappearance of Haruhi Suzumayor, yeah.
They left no stone unturned. They searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells, and even in the rice paddies, but they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight, then have the young men of the town to help search. If after all that they didn't find him, they were apparently even going to be looking in the mountains. Even now, at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. The more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to mind was the curse. The rumors of Onikakushi, of the demoning away. Had he become this year's sacrifice to Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had recently been occurring every year? That scary possibility, which everybody thought about, but nobody could say aloud, was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village.
The mayor clearly didn't eat his rice. That's why he went in the rice paddies and drowned.
Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Oyashiro-sama's curse? In that case, thank God it wasn't me! High five! My classmates were whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. I, on the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought the elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I should have been higher priority than him. The 4 of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot in the sacred ritual storehouse. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had suffered mysterious deaths, then it should have been mine and Shion's turn next. This time should have been Shion and me, eh? I laughed painfully to myself.
You said that out loud, you psycho?
I yelled at Shion over the phone that I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but that someone other than me had disappeared. I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Onikafushi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe police divers were plumbing its depths even now. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onikafuchi, but not once have they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish, bottomless swamp from which no one who sinks can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friend that in the classroom.
Now that you mention it, Satoshi-san. He left around this time last year, didn't he?
Huh? Satoshi? I've heard that name before. He was right. He disappeared because of last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly. Didn't we search the whole village like this for Satoshi-san too? We didn't find him either. What did we decide that was? A demoning away, right? Yeah. I heard he withdrew all his savings and ran away from home. Someone from the police said there was someone who saw him get on the bullet train at Nagoya Station. Ran away, huh? I wasn't that interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Someone else who disappeared had their own reasons too. What? My phone go boop, boop. Or they were a corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason. But they did disappear.
My phone going crazy. I don't even think... What?
Whenever the curse took a life, as if by design. They may have had various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared.
If they managed to find this guy just camping out, yeah. He's just a neat.
From that point of view, it really might have been a demoning away this time. The mayor's disappearance was the first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything.
It looks like I messed up the seasoning today. Sorry.
Normally, Nana would have devoured her lunch immediately, but today there was still a ton left. That wasn't because Reina's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though.
That isn't the case. Your lunch today is as delicious as always.
Satoko dips her chopsticks into Reina's bento box and pulls bits of food out one after the other.
Yes. Delicious indeed. Today in particular, in fact. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Latte.
Is she allergic? Is Satoko gonna die?
Huh? You know those are pumpkin croquettes, right? Are you okay?
She is!
Yes! If it's your pumpkin, then it's delicious.
Oh, she dislikes it, okay. Now she's just a baby and hates pumpkin.
I love pumpkin. A pumpkin croquette sounds delicious.
Did Sadako dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more in her mouth. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Sadako kept shoveling down, repeating her remark on how good it was. If it's that good, then I guess I've got to have some too. Sadako's gonna eat it all if we let her.
It's just so good. So I would certainly like it if Keiichi-san would eat some as well.
Well, sometimes I have to show my adult generosity, right? Okay, don't hold back on my count. Eat enough for the both of us today. She really, really hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Sadako's own brand of generosity. I grabbed her head and started stroking it. Sadako, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling, tears streaming down her face. No way! You'll never grow up if you give away such good food! Hannah, you eat too! I only have leftover vegetable stew, but it tastes great after having sat overnight.
Wow! The night colored radish has such a pretty color going through it. It looks delicious. Guess I'll have some then.
Sadako is bawling, she bawling. She bawling, boom.
Nana reached out with her chopsticks, and at last, the usual lunchtime atmosphere began to return. That was only at our desks, however. The dark tales of Oishi-Sama's curse, which had recurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in this somber mood. Oishi-Sama's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oishi-Sama's curse anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad, so they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? I hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back into thinking about the curse like that. I forced the grim story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, that meant I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all. That I could be the curse's next target. Mion's taking a while, isn't she? How long does it take to wash her hands? Mion had said she was going to wash her hands and left, and she hadn't come back yet.
She'd probably take another afternoon nap somewhere. I think she was up pretty late last night looking for the mayor, after all.
I smiled wryly and let out a sigh. What are you smiling for? What is it? Why are you smiling? Today was no good.
He did the anime, like,
Type smile like, so that's how it is. However much we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just a no-good day. I had just transferred here recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Wait, I just read that. Maybe I do need to appreciate that.
Meantime, was really little. The mayor would always spoil her. She was going through her prankster phase. He loved her like his own daughter. He's told me that often.
I see. Mion was in shock too. Someone disappearing at all because of a curse was a very scary thing. If the sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downward.
Oh, Rika-chan is taking a while too. Maybe they're taking a nice afternoon nap together. Rika wasn't out that late. As soon as she yawned, everyone gathered around her and started saying, "Good night, good night."
Oh, there's a big ringing in my ear. Now that she mentioned it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude toward Rika-chan during the festival, too. An image of the indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika-chan discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that? Is there a reason that old people treat Rika-chan like an idol? Is she their ideal image of a granddaughter or something?
I don't know anything about that. But I don't want to see Rika-chan yawn. It's probably on like, I want to take her home. I don't personally think it's that cute. It's more of a gwah, and she opens her mouth really wide, and you can see the back of her throat. Nothing in her throat. It's a uvula, you Philistine!
Nana's handy at times like these. I finally managed a heartfelt laugh.
If I can just interject, I find Rika-chan's yawning rather pedestrian.
Oh, right. I'm on day duty today, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. I gotta go take a wicked whiz. The garden is right outside the teacher's lounge, too, so they can immediately tell if you don't do it right.
I think Satoko-chan is cute. Oh, Rika-chan. Yubina. She learned! She heard me. Can't breathe. I got it. It was so cute. Satoko-chan is cute too. I'm gonna take you home. She's cramming her hand. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Nana was squeezing her hands around Sadako's neck and was trying to look out into her throat. You know, Nana is, I can't say it out loud, but she's a notorious... Isn't she?
She's notorious what? What does this mean? What are you calling her? Katie? Katie? What did he mean by this? I understand completely.
Hearing Satoko make a weird noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, though, and I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter, too. Maybe Nana was doing it on purpose.
She's sitting here strangling her. Like, look, it's literally Homer and Bart. She's Bart. She's Bart. She's Homer. She's strangling her. She goes like, "Oh, I am little." Hinamizawa strangler, yeah.
Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, let's get over to the flowers while I still have time. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom and stumbled upon Rika and, Mion talking about the mayor, as they're both children of the prime families, I'm assuming. The watering can was hanging outside the kitchen.
There's a kitchen?
This building had originally been an all-male forestry service building, so there were apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here before.
Men. Is that what Keiichi is saying?
When they decided to have a school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But, well, the flower bed, it's a little longer than you'd expect. It went all the way around. It went all over the place. It was the big one that would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. I was doing this together with a kid who was also, thankfully, on day duty today. She was in the lowest grade, though, and a full size smaller than even Rika-chan.
How cute.
I couldn't make a kid who would struggle just to lift a full watering can help me with this. For this, if one was placed on day duty with someone one liked, they'd do it all for you, so it'd be cake. No point in blaming her. I give up. I'll just get started. Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry office service addressed me.
Sonny, there's a vegetable garden behind the warehouse, right? It's all just about dried up. Water that too, would you?
You mean the curry vegetable garden? The one with the potatoes and carrots and other things that are only ingredients for curry. It's definitely the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting involved in her personal affairs. I couldn't say that to his face, though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlining how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom and I didn't know how it happened, but Reina and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. While I was gone, the kids had all arranged the desks in a circle, forming a ring while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be.
She just sitting there strangling her to death.
Once school ended, we would need to return to reality, where talk of the elder's disappearance would once again be all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun, just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Nina's backward flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight. Even if, as a result, they flipped over my desk. Ah! That's my pencil box! Oh! I'll just let it happen today.
Curry shrine, yeah.
I set to work, hastily watering everything, wanting nothing more than to be done as soon as possible. That should about do it. No sooner had I thought that than I remembered that I had to water the teacher's curry vegetable garden too, and that's where I found Reina and Mion having a secret conversation where they thought nobody would be. That's such a pain, but I have a feeling that it'll come back to bite me if I don't. I gave up, filled the can with water again, and headed behind the warehouse. This was the place students didn't like to go. The perfect place for Mion and Rika to be conversing in secret. It was always damp here, and you couldn't discard the possibility of slugs and pill bugs being around.
I love pill bugs. I call them roly-polies.
So when I ran across her in a place like that, I was surprised. Whoa! Oh! It's Rika-chan. Don't scare me like that. Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika-chan didn't even seem to react to my appearance. Rika-chan? Finally, she noticed me. Her expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair, too. And her clothes looked as if she'd fallen to the ground. Oh no! Rika-chan! Are you hurt? Did you fall?
I can't freaking do that. Oh god, my voice is so bad. No, that isn't it. I'm so bad at doing that. My voice is too hoarse to do a lolly voice right now.
Rika-chan said in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal, though. What happened? You weren't sleeping on the storehouse roof and then fall off or anything, did you?
Don't worry about me. I have something I want to ask you, Katie. Did you see Tomitake-san or Takano-san on the night of the Watanagashi? Did you see Shion on the night of Watanagashi?
Rika-chan walked over and clung to me. At first I thought she was playing a trick on me.
He would literally pee himself.
Eventually, however, I realized it was so that I wouldn't run from the question she was about to ask. I shuddered.
I swear to God.
What? What do you want from me?
He's gonna freak out.
She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as if they were trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes, without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers.
Keiichi, did you do something bad on the night of the festival?
My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika-chan, who was clinging to me, might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled up my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way into my brain.
Keiichi, do you really not remember?
My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Mion asked me. Oishi-san asked me. Shion asked me. And now Rika-chan was asking me. We thought nobody knew. I thought we did last night, but in fact, everyone knew. They all knew, and they came to ask me. Again and again until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. After all, don't Tomitake-san's and Takano-san's deaths prove it?
Keiichi?
How should I respond? I should have never have entered the forbidden storehouse. And even though I regretted it so much, was she saying it wasn't enough? However, I had all but decided what I was going to say.
Keiichi, why don't you ask her why she's asking that? Like, that's a weird question to ask.
I'm not exactly a good kid, you know. I've done lots of bad things, so I can't remember anything specific. Just as I had with all the others, I evaded the question. Rika-chan stared up at me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few moments of mutual silence, Rika-chan released me.
I'm sorry for asking you something strange. Please forget about it. Again!
She said, smiling her usual smile. Then, tap tap tap, she went running off as if nothing happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me. Rika-chan! She didn't hear my voice, then I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika-chan swiveled around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could just be a half-assed way of admitting what I did. Hey, Rika-chan!
What is it?
If everyone knows anyways, then I should be able to ask it this at least, right?
My sister at home.
Why is everyone asking me about the night of the festival? That evening, had I done something wrong? I felt plenty sorry about it, and I only looked away. I didn't break anything or steal anything. Anything? Really? Still, Tomitake-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. Since those two had come to such an end, there's no way it would forgive me. Rika-chan cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were to admit to what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180 as if flipping a switch. That would make sense. Rika-chan was the shrine maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi-san? Rika-chan could just give up and leave, couldn't she? She didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Keiichi Maebara. If you really are sorry, then you should say so. Of course, it was normal to hesitate, given the crazy way Tomitake-san and Takano-san died. A pulping machine called Chaos was grinding up my brain. The juice wrung out of it, turned into big droplets of sweat, and began to fall.
Keiichi.
Rika-chan suddenly straightened up, trying to pat me on the head.
I don't really know what you're worried about, Keiichi.
I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so Rika-chan's palm could reach it. She petted me, kind of like one would a cat.
Do you know about the big storehouse a little way behind the shrine grounds? It stores the implements we use for rituals.
My breath literally stopped. Rika-chan, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all.
Apparently, on the night of the festival, a cat snuck into the storehouse.
A cat?
Yes, a cat. Meow meow.
Rika-chan knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right word so that she wouldn't scare me.
The cat always wanted to explore inside the storehouse, but I was mean to it and never let it go inside. So on the night of the festival, the cat couldn't hold itself back any longer and went inside.
The cat. It was clearly supposed to be Takano-san. Or wait, was it supposed to be me?
No, it's Takano-san, clearly. Because she wouldn't. She didn't. She was the one that wanted to go in. Inside, there were actually lots of things that scared the cat.
Rika-chan made a cute gesture like a ghost was coming out to frighten me.
The cat was both terrified and amazed, and it ran away as fast as it could. Clatter, clatter, shiver, shiver, meow, meow. It was terrible.
This cat. Who are you saying it was?
The cat is a cat. Meow, meow.
Rika-chan still avoided saying it. The cat, though, was, without a doubt, me. Rika-chan, please, tell me. The cat. What should it do now? Maybe it was a desperate question to ask. I had sort of admitted to being the cat.
The cat is just a cat, so it can just keep meowing, and everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine. That's stupid.
Shouldn't it just keep meowing?
Jeez. Rika-chan and I have put together an entire conversation, using cat as a code word.
No, they're saying, she's saying keep your mouth shut and you'll be fine. Nobody's really coming after you. They just want to make sure that you're not going to spill everything to the police. Just forget it, bro, yeah.
I didn't say it directly, but I had already admitted it. I didn't want to end up like those two. I didn't want to be a sacrifice, like Shion said. That's what I thought, so I stubbornly remained silent. But now, that's enough. I can't just keep meowing. The dog saw the cat, making mischief and sneaking inside.
Dog.
That's right. It was the dog. It keeps coming to the cat, trying to get it to say that it snuck inside. After I said that, Rika-chan's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I already noticed her eyes darkening. Rika-chan. The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Rika-chan grinned.
Evil face? Not yet. Not yet. I haven't seen an evil face from Rika yet. It's alright. I'll protect the cat. Rika.
Huh? I thought for a moment that I'd misheard those words, so dependable they were.
The cat is really scared. But it really isn't all that bad. I think all of the dogs are just misunderstanding.
It's not all that bad?
The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure.
Rika-chan will do something about it. I don't even know left from right at the moment, so Rika-chan didn't look all that dependable.
Might be hard, but I'll do my best. Go for it! Yay!
She clenched her fist and stuck it in the air.
I think it's our episode to be evil. What happened to her before she got here? Yeah, it looks like she was beaten up. Someone threw her on the ground and beat her up.
Rika-chan said that the cat can just keep meowing. She said to leave it all to her. Is that really all it took to resolve this whole thing? Will you really be alright, Rika-chan?
If I don't do my best, then something bad can happen to the dogs too.
I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about anymore.
She's saying she doesn't want Oishi-san to die either.
She'd been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things. So at first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I did know was to not worry and to leave it to her. Rika-chan straightened up once again, patted me on the head, and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but start to cry.
I'm sorry. The cat really was just a little bit of mischief. You didn't take any of this for...
It's too much of a scaredy cat. That's why it should have never seen the storehouse.
She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based on a little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at it in the first place, wasn't it? Mika-chan, what will happen
to the cat.
two of the cats that snuck in? Well, that night I heard Tomotage-san and Takano-san's deaths were being kept a secret.
He's barking.
The dog! They found the dog! Mika-chan might not have known about it.
Tomotage and Takano.
I gave a start with the sudden mention of actual names. Though it's weird to do that at this point.
You should forget about them.
My spine froze again. Forget?
Yes. It won't do you any good to remember those two, Keiichi. The more you think about it, the scarier it will get. So you should forget about them as soon as possible.
She said something so enormously terrifying, without letting the smile on her face waver at all.
And she's kinda right though. She's giving you an out here, man. You gotta take it. I don't know where you heard about it from, but you should forget everything. Make your mind as clean as a scrubbed bathtub.
Forget? Rika-chan, you know, don't you?
Take the hint, dude, yeah.
You know how those two died!
No matter how they died, it has nothing to do with you, Keiichi.
Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. The girl before me, she was innocent and lovable. And even seemed trustworthy. But suddenly she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. Those two contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me.
Go with it, Keiichi. Just go with it.
What about Shion? Keiichi, no, you ratted her out! Keiichi, you ratted her out! Keiichi, you moron! What'll happen to her? Might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but
Keiichi, you freaking idiot!
I couldn't stop myself from asking.
Keiichi, it's so over.
Rika-chan saw through everything anyway. There was no way I was going to fool her or keep anything from her at this point.
The younger of the sister cats? Meow meow.
Yeah, the little sister cat. Rika-chan appeared to think upon this for a moment. It's hard for me to endure even this momentary silence.
Big sister cat is angry. The little sister cat did something bad, so she's really mad.
The big sister cat. That could only mean Mion. I recall being questioned by her yesterday.
Keiichi. The big sister cat is not in a good mood at all. I think we should leave her alone for a while.
Not in a good mood. Those words sent a shiver through me. Mion was mad. She was mad.
My nose. Gross.
Then we entered the ritual storehouse.
Let's stop having club from now on.
Huh? Why?
I think we should leave her alone.
Rika-chan ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Maibara. Don't disobey Rika-chan right now. She's the only one who said she'll help me right now. I'll leave things to her just as she said to. I mean, she even said that the cat should just keep meowing. I'll forget everything. Like she said, I'll leave everything to her. I'll forget everything about Takano-san and Toмотake-san and what I did that night. Just then, we heard a bell, far away, marking the end of our lunch break. I guess we should go back to class.
Keiichi.
As if she had noticed how miserable I was, about to leave everything to her and flee the scene, Rika-chan called out to stop me.
If the misunderstanding dog comes to try and bite the cat, please tell me, okay?
The misunderstanding dog. She put it in such a cute-sounding way, but the true meaning behind those words was an eerie one. Who is the misunderstanding dog?
The dog that bit the mayor. I don't know why it did that. If it was going to bite anyone, it would have been the trickster cat first. Oishi can the mayor? No freaking way! What? Misunderstanding dog?
The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika-chan had admitted it. The sacrifices of that terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I.
Oyashiro is a dog, no? How would he know if Oyashiro's coming for him, though? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Sure, they knew who was dead? From part when we know what happened, we start dwelling and stuff too much, yeah. It might have been dangerous, but not my problem, yeah. Is it even an individual? I got the impression it's just collective forces of the town. It's complicated, we don't know. Oyashiro could be the town, it could be an actual god, it could be all sorts of stuff. It could be Sonozaki, maybe. Sonozaki clan. Tomotake's dead!
This, I didn't know what was true about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me? Or a stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition? I had no idea what was true.
I'm sorry. Cat is already scared. And I said something to scare it even more. I'm really sorry.
Rika-chan bowed so quickly it looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering.
Clearly the dog bit the mayor, so that's something, yeah. And she said misunderstanding dog, so I'm assuming misunderstanding dog is Oishi. She's your only friend at the moment, Keiichi, yeah.
Still, I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So when Rika-chan reached her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking. I'm so... Rika-chan made a very sad face, but I couldn't bring myself to put out my head for her again.
You're watching her, yeah?
That day, Rika-chan said she wasn't feeling up for club activities today, so she suggested we don't bother. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Reina and the others seemed really disappointed. The big sister cat is not in a good mood. I remember Rika-chan's words and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, her behavior was the same as it always was.
So, was it actually Mion? Was it actually Mion or was it Shion? It was an actual dog, Eureka. Mm. Oh my god. I was like, why is my phone blowing up with notifications? That doesn't usually happen. It's all like, everyone going live. It's literally like 20 of them. Oh my god. This is what I get for being in service for friends.
After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Rika-chan anything and everything. She had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I looked back on it, the less I understood what Rika-chan was saying. Not only did she know about the Kano-san and Toмотake-san's death, but she spoke about them as if they were a concerned party.
I threw up in my mouth. One of the reasons I don't have Discord on my phone. Well, that's not bad. Not bad. It's just like, oh, okay. I thought something interesting. I thought stuff was going down, but it's not. I was like, whoa. Stuff? Things? Commission update? No.
I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured in by Rika-chan's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I should have continued to feign ignorance. I shouldn't have showed her such a weak side of me. My emotions were a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness of the night with an additional layer of terror. Suddenly, a knock! I might have yelped. That's how surprised I was.
Keiichi, I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonozaki-san.
Oh no, wrong one.
Keiichi, I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. From Sonozaki-san.
It was Dad. I reached out for the cordless phone through the gap in my door. Sonozaki-san? Which one? The older sister or the younger?
I don't know. Ask her yourself.
I took the receiver and buried myself in the futon again. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion?
It's me. Shion. Good evening.
I practically jumped out of bed. It was Shion who I hoped so desperately would call me back last night. Shion! Sorry about last night. I got all riled up.
I mean, who's to say the person he yelled at last night? What if it was Mion all along? If Mion... Because if he said, oh, I don't know anything about that, actually. And then afterward, he gets a call from Shion being like, hey, I just want to talk to you about what happened. And then they get there, and then... But then she talked about things Mion didn't know? Does Mion not know?
I got all riled up. I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end.
You and me are in the same position, aren't we? I shouldn't have blamed you any...
Wait. No, this is me.
You and me are in the same position, aren't we? I shouldn't have blamed you for everything like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, so please cheer up.
I called you because I'm in a better mood. If you're sorry, then I'll forgive you, so please stop apologizing.
Shion's tone still sounded a little angry, but for the moment she said she'd forgive me.
You're right, too. We're tied to the same fate. Make sure the other is right is the only way to guarantee our own safety.
Yeah, I agree.
We absolutely need to share whatever information we have, so that we don't die like the Kano-san and Toмотaki-san did.
I forced myself to swallow a solid drop of saliva.
Then, let's continue from where we left off. You'll listen without getting angry this time, right?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Firstly, it seems sneaking into the ritual storehouse was more of a taboo than we thought.
Takano-san's and Toмотaki-san's miserable ends. Terrible enough that you could call them a warning. They were more than enough to make me believe that.
The culprits killed those two, the ones responsible for sullying the storehouse, and they'll come for us next. I know you want to deny that, but please accept it. It'll be too late to believe me after you've already disappeared, okay?
I got it. You can never be too careful after all.
I don't want to accept it either. To think that sneaking a peek at that museum of torture devices deserves a death like that, I don't want to believe it.
That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if one breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent their intentions were, they wouldn't be forgiven.
Let's report anything we notice that seems strange. If we connect all the tiny pieces that we have, then maybe we'll find out who killed them, or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the previous years. We could find the key that'll resolve everything.
You're right. You're right about that. All I was doing was waiting in fear, but Shion had already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I became embarrassed over how passive I was being.
Oh yeah, my nose.
Then I'll start since I suggested it. I feel like somebody has been watching me lately.
What?
It might be my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's not just my imagination.
Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything's been fine for me. I think. As I spoke with Shion, I thought back on today. I had no grounds to say that everything was fine.
I see. Then I suppose it was my imagination, but you be careful too, Kate-san.
Oh my god.
Do not disturb. But you be careful too, Kei-chan. Be especially careful when you're by yourself in public. I'm in Okinomiya, so I won't be alone very often, but you live in Hinamizawa. There will be lots of times you'll be alone. Please be extra careful.
You're right. I'll be careful.
Also, about my sister. Has she been acting strange lately?
Your sister? Oh, Mion, right. What do you mean by acting strange lately?
Well, yesterday she came to me and asked me where I was on the night of the Watanagashi.
What? She asked me that too! The day before yesterday, I think, Mion asked me.
I see. I told her I wasn't there. What did you say?
I did the same thing. I just dodged the question. Both of us gave a quiet sigh of relief.
Ever since the night of the festival, my sister has been acting strangely. We can't be too careful, so just be aware, okay?
Mion was acting strangely. Aside from her asking me about the night of the Watanagashi, she hadn't seemed too out of the ordinary. At least from my point of view.
Just like in episode 1. When she takes a shower, she's afraid to wash her hair. Eh? We also take it on faith that they don't communicate at all. That's a story they present, but we also know they're deliberately deceptive. Keiichi, you have no freaking clue, as usual. Yeah, everything's been fine. I had a mysterious, really charged conversation with the tiny girl that had been beaten up. Yeah. Careful, Keiichi, yeah. They could be working together. It'd be weird, though. Like, she let him and then try to get him killed. Like, it'd be stupid of her to do. What a waste.
Her twin sister, though, was saying she was acting weird. Maybe it was such a slight change that a stranger like me wouldn't be able to notice. Got it. I'll start being careful. I'll always have Reina with me on my way back from school, so I shouldn't end up alone with Mion very often.
Please be careful. If there's anything that's bothering you, you can tell me.
Alright.
Okay, then, is there anything you want to tell me, Kei-chan?
My turn. That's right, maybe I should report on Oishi-san asking me the same question at the library.
Oh, that time you were too slow to escape.
Yeah. Oishi-san asked me pretty forcefully. Whether I was with Takano-san and Tomitake-san that night, and whether I had seen you. Oishi-san seemed to have seen the four of us together.
From the police's point of view, that would make us the last people who had seen them. I suppose, given that, it's only natural that they'd be interested in us.
I evaded the question then too, but that might have just made them more interested. There was no way I could have tricked that sly old fox Oishi-san.
Damn right, boy. Damn right.
My troubled countenance would have only made him more certain. Hey, Shion. Since they're the police, shouldn't we just tell them? I mean, considering our situation, I think having them on our side would be a good thing. Shion didn't answer right away. For all I could tell, for a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought about it. Now that I think about it, Oishi-san said there was something possibly shady about Mion. At least that's what I think he said. Yeah, he definitely did.
As I explained yesterday, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of influence over Hinamizawa. Oishi-san is under the impression that the whole village, with the Sonozaki family at the center of it all, is responsible for the recurrent freak deaths.
Oh, he's barking. I was trying to speedrun to the end of the chapter before she came in. I think she's home. I think I may have to wrap it up. Okay, I'll wrap it up then. But no, I want to finish. But we don't have much of a choice. I did go pretty late, so okay. Thank you guys for coming. I'm sorry. I wish I could do more. I'll have to end it pretty abruptly, but we'll come back to it. It's been a very good reading so far today, right? I will see you guys next week. 8 hours of Mozi. Oh yeah, I did stream 8 hours today. 8 hours of Mozi, yeah. 8 hours of Mozi. Oopsie daisies. Alright. I will see you guys next week. Don't be surprised if there is like a gorilla on the weekend or so. Who knows what I'll be able to do. I'll see. Maybe I'll do a little test stream or something, right? Alright. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Have a good weekend if I don't see you again. Bye. See you.